Thursdays is no.
Huh? Yep,
Perfect.
I just checked.
Thank you.
Ooh, it is definitely live. So you're gonna put it on the screen so they can get there. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 4:32. Shall we do roll call? Ricardo Diaz?
Here.
Sandra Reese? Here. Adriana Malgosa is on her way. Myself's present, Dr. Turkey,
Present.
and Angela DeMarco is on his way. So at this moment, is there any public comment on closed session items? Seeing that there's no one in the audience, is there anyone on Zoom? Seeing that there's none, we shall retrieve to closed session at 4:32.
Was it? Hold on. A guy what?
It was some guy that was giving us tips before.
Where?
I don't know, man. Why do you want to know?
I'm just curious.
All
who's
right,
helping
anyways,
you?
I need a MacBook.
Really?
I really do, yeah.
I'm gonna buy myself a new computer pretty soon because I just need
No,
one
but like
bigger.
you can't get me a MacBook now. Is it because I'm gonna
Like a
need it?
brand new one? What about the one
No,
I
not a
have?
brand new one. I bet I see yours.
I'm working on it right now. I'm already logged into a meeting.
Alright, but like I hate the case on it. Does it have scratches already? Look
Hey.
at that.
No le cambio.
Look at oh no, that comes off. Yeah, I'll take yours.
Well,
But I need it, I need it soon.
well, I'm gonna have to buy myself a new
Well,
one.
then tonight, let's order it.
No, I'm gonna wait for the Black Friday sales. It's a couple weeks.
Well, then what do I do? Just I don't like it. I feel wronged.
Why? What do you need one for?
I need one for it's the whole thing we went to go do the fucking what is it called?
I know of a really cool job that just opened that I would want to do, but I don't know if that's something that interests you.
Real
The company that I do a lot of
Basically,
work for,
the guy that was
LA.
giving it's because my it's gonna be through virtual the interviews and not just that. I think I'm gonna have to take a class on in Heart now or something. But I'm gonna need one. So like right now, come on. Could I?
I'll start shopping.
Come on.
Let me see.
Today. Well, then you don't gotta act.
And there were some sales already going on. Oh my goodness, I'm unmuted.
Come on. Hey, shut the fuck up. Worked.
really?
Yeah. Well, it's all good. We beat them the last 3 times we faced them. So, I mean, they're bound. They're a good team. They're a good team.
We are ready
Yeah.
to
You
reconvene.
gotta lose.
We're gonna lose. It's part of it,
Yeah.
even though you don't want to.
One message for the entire district.
Thank you. I know, yes.
Okay, we are ready to reconvene at 6:16. Can we please stand for the flag salute? And we're going to have our student board member lead us.
To the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, there was no action taken in closed session. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion from
second.
Rick, Adriana second, all in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Do we have the student representative?
Aye. Oh, the report.
Motion? I mean,
yeah.
your vote?
Aye.
Okay. And now your report, you're on.
Okay. I'm not sure if slides were there. Okay, I think they're getting them. All right, thank you. So next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so our cross country team, they have officially made it to CCS on November 16th. They'll be competing at Crystal Springs Regional Trail. It's very great. They've made it to CCS. I think
That's
every 4
huge.
years for the past, at least for the past 4 years. They're a great team. Next slide, please. Our student leadership class this very past Monday went to CATA. It's a leadership conference with all leadership classes from different schools. So I think Salinas High School was there, Watsonville, Pajaro Valley. There's about 10 high schools and even one middle school. And essentially what it is that each school leads a workshop and we all learn about different leadership tactics from other schools across like various subjects. And there's also a keynote speaker. And yeah, we just like to learn from other schools. Next slide, please. Our upcoming events, we have a football game, and I'm glad the school has sent out a voice message. But yeah, we want to encourage everyone to go, but also to be safe and to, be the bigger person, because we all want what's best for our friends and our families and the players. So we look forward to seeing everyone at that game. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, I think there's another slide before that. Oh, maybe not. But yeah, we encourage everyone to still attend despite any troubling, because it's also the football player senior night, the band senior night, and cheer senior night. So it's a big game for everyone. But yeah, next slide, please. Then upcoming events, we have a week of giving from November 18th to the 22nd, and it's organized by our Commissioner of Community Service, Brisma Ramirez. And there's going to be canned food drives, blood drives, and I know there's a lot more she's been planning. So yeah, we'll just have to wait. Next slide, please. And then some additional notes that we want to talk about was that, so while we were at CATA, we had the mascot because schools like to bring their mascots, but the people at our school who wore it, they were just kind of saying how it was a little hard to breathe and like it was hard to wear it for a while, and how, it would be nice if we could probably purchase a new one, since it is a condor and that's like kind of a hard mascot to find. And it is kind of expensive. So since the last the current mascot had been bought by, I think it was our administrative team. It wasn't bought by our student leadership from that bank account, but yeah. And then also senior health credits I saw that there was student discipline on closed session, item 4, but I didn't know if that was about, the health credits.
It was not about the health credits.
Okay.
But the health credits which you asked about last
Mhm.
time, I did speak to the high school administration about that. and they think they have everything covered.
Okay.
But if there's still some folks who are uncertain about it, I'd encourage you or them to reach out to Mr. Nares
Okay.
at the high school so you can talk about it. And feel free to talk to me about it as well if you'd like, Julia. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And that's it.
Great. Thank you so much for your report. Good job. Good job. I always look forward to hearing all the great things that you guys are doing. And can you tell me what CADA stands for?
It's California. Yeah.
Okay, California Activities Director Association. That's where all the kids went to for that leadership. Nice. Great. Well, thank you for sharing. All right. So the next thing that we have on here is we're going to go right into recognition and presentation for North Monterey County Middle School.
Woo!
Woo! Here we go.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniel Herman. I am the principal of North Monterey County Middle School. Please allow me to introduce our team. This is Ms. Megan Dutz. She is our newly appointed assistant principal. And this is Mr. Luisito Celestial, formerly our NEST coordinator, who's joined us now as our community schools coordinator.
Yeah.
So it's our pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting us. We're very excited to be here to present to you about our site, North Monterey County Middle School. Next slide, please. So some logistics, just about backgrounds about the Phoenix. We have 640 students enrolled. 15 of our students are receiving special education services and on IEPs. We have 40% of our students that are currently designated as English language learners, while 30% of our students are long-term English language learners that have RFEP but are still monitored. We have 76 staff that report at the middle school with an equal balance of 38 certificated to 38 classified. All right, next slide. So to talk about our LCAP goal 1, rigorous and equitable instruction. So some things that we are very proud to highlight. 100% of instructional positions at the middle school are filled with highly qualified, fully credentialed teachers. So I think this is the first time I've been able to stand in front of the board and say that. We do not have any teachers that are long-term subs. Nobody is on an intern credential or provisional or a PIP, anything like that. Everyone has been fully credentialed. We are working very collaboratively as a team in setting high expectations for all of our students. Along with the certificated and classified staff, having students set goals for themselves, maintain high expectations, while at the same time providing all necessary supports to ensure students succeed in meeting those terms. So they're eligible for all the great activities we have to offer throughout the year and the end of the year. With the number of new teachers we have, we did identify a need after our initial tier 1 team meeting that with the new staff that we brought, there was a great variation in our experience with PDSA cycles or cycles of inquiry, where we look at our practice and analyze it so we can really accelerate student achievement. Dr. Turkey led our team in a professional development so we could establish a universal baseline and a strong foundation that was really well received by our teachers. And now our tier 1 leaders that lead each of our grade level PLCs feel really confident in leading that work and that cycle because there is a strong foundation. One thing that we are also really wanting to report back as a positive has been the implementation of iReady. Our initial assessment, we were able to get all but 4 students assessed in our initial window. So 636 of our 640 students, we were able to get assessed. And we have been implementing the program, and the feedback we've gotten from teachers and students is that it is engaging, they are seeing progress, and it is moving our students forward. There are some things that we definitely need to work on, and that iReady assessment really did bring some things to attention, which is that the majority of our students are at least 1 grade level below in both reading and math. Obviously, this is of the utmost importance to us. This is a essential learning skill and foundation for our students to be able to meet our district's goal of college and career readiness, for them to be able to access and succeed in grade level material so that they are ready for the challenges and rigor of high school college, career, and beyond. So we are working to remedy that. We additionally have 28 eighth grade students, as well as 24 seventh grade students that are failing to multiple classes with D's or F's. So we've taken some steps to remediate and to solve this. The iReady implementation in in ELA in math has been consistent. So teachers are doing it and aiming to meet the program's recommendation of 30 minutes per week as a minimum. We are meeting that and looking for ways to possibly incorporate it across discipline and across curriculums so that we can accelerate the growth of the benefits of this data-driven program. We also have intensive short-term math and ELA targeted support classes that are a part of our exploratory elective offerings. So students that are really at high need to accelerate their math growth. We are identifying them. They go in for maybe a quarter to a 12-week session with a small group setting where intensive foundational skills can be built on top of the normal math and ELA curriculum they're seeing. And these are targeted groups of students that are needing these supports in hopes of closing that equity gap and achievement gap for these students. And then we are doing invitation interventions using our SIPAs and support staff to provide additional support programming of grade remediation, as well as building those academic skills so students can have a long-term achievement goal moving forward. So we have some next steps. Additionally, we will be piloting a new ELD curriculum for our intensive ELD classes, which serves our newcomers, students that have been in the US for 2 or fewer years. Currently, our teacher that is in that role is doing a phenomenal job. She's been supported. We brought in outside consultants. We have also got our EL specialists, and they are doing amazing work. But the curriculum, we are working with Cabinet, and we will be piloting a new curriculum shortly. We are also implementing targeted supports for our multilingual learners in terms using a lunch bunch enrichment opportunity. This is ones that we are not just targeted at newcomers, but all of our EL students. And it's combining academic and assignment support for these students, along with literacy intervention and acceleration using data-driven, provenly effective models. So we're going to be incorporating these research-based strategies that are proven to accelerate growth and lead to higher rates of reclassification. So within that program, this targeted support for our multilingual learners, there's a short-term goal, which is for immediate academic reconciliation. So meaning we're trying to get these students with their Ds and their Fs up to passing grades. And they're getting additional support, so they will immediately see that on their GPA. We have a shorter term, longer term goal for a year-long goal where students will have greater success in reclassification, which we know opens up a lot of pathways and opportunities for our students when they come to high school. So this is a major goal to give these students every opportunity at that next step in college and career readiness. We also additionally have a long-term goal. And this is where equipping these students with these academic skills that'll carry with them and promote success beyond their participation in this program. These will be skills that can grow with them, that will help them in their academic classes this year, next year, and throughout their academic career, leading to what we anticipate to be accelerated growth for this group of students that has the aim of closing the equity gap for our multilingual learners and having them accelerate their progress. We also will continue our professional development cycles with alignment to both our AVID strategies as well as LCAP Goal 5. So these are some exciting things that our certificated staff in support from our classified staff are implementing to ensure that our students receive an equitable, rigorous instruction that will promote growth. I'd now like to invite Ms. Megan Dutz up to talk about student engagement on our next slide, please.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk about LCAP goal number 2, student engagement and connectedness. Coming out of my role as engagement specialist and moving up into the assistant principal role, I've had a large part in a lot of the work we've done surrounding this goal. We've really embraced the community schools model this school year where, we're putting an emphasis on involving students in decision-making and planning for our school and the next steps. So one of our first steps this year was to create a baseline of new data with our new student body, our new 7th graders who joined, and we developed a student voice survey. The survey kind of had 3 main parts. The first part was put together by our counseling department, where we were identifying possible challenges that our students might face within their day, getting to school, participating in school, having access to materials. The second part was an interest survey in identifying student likes and interests, what kind of clubs they want to see, what kind of books they want to see in our library. And then the third part was designed to kind of mirror the California Healthy Kids Survey, where we were looking at some social emotional pieces, some safety pieces, pieces around caring. We were happy to say that 87% of our student body completed that survey in full, which gave us a lot of data for our Tier 1 team to focus on and looking at some action plans. So based on that survey, we've been putting leadership activities into place. Our activities director, Kelly Hendricks, has been working with her leadership class to put together lunchtime activities, as well as celebrations around different things like our Dia de los Muertos celebration. We were able to develop a new elective based on student interest in supporting our special education department. We have a PALS elective where our general ed students are pushing in with our SDC students. And oh my gosh, if you guys ever do a site visit, this is the class you want to visit and the work that you want to see, because I've never seen our students together as inclusive as they are and as happy as they are and just enjoying being at school. So that's been a really positive thing to see on our campus. We've been actively keeping our student store stocked, where our students can use their RISE points, where they earn for showing our respect, integrity, safety, service, and excellence, to purchase student swag, some sweatshirts, t-shirts, as well as little toys. We also have an awesome partnership with Chase Bank, and we've been putting financial literacy classes into place through our Introduction to Business elective. Additionally, our athletic department has grown as we partnered with the expanded learning department on campus. All of our athletes are now registered as students of NEST, which provides them with meals, safety and supervision, as well as transportation to away games. In addition to what's been working really well, the data that we've collected has shown us where we have room for improvement. For example, that student voice survey and some of the pieces asked our students if they felt that there was a staff member on campus who really cared about them. And we only had 70% of our students responding that they felt that way. In our opinion, that's a very low number. We want that number to be as close to 100% as possible. So we've made that one of our priorities of focusing on. Our students should feel cared about when they're at campus. We're also working on our truancy numbers as well as our chronically absent numbers. We're participating in our student attendance review board as a district and putting in some action plans on conducting some empathy interviews and how we can focus on that chronically absent percentage. We're working on some greater school-wide recognition. That was brought up from a lot of our students, that the recognition for honor roll, the recognition for perfect attendance, things like that have slowly gone away in years past, and they want to see that back. So we were working on putting those things into place. We also gave our DESA screener, which is a questionnaire that asks students about 8 domains of student social emotional wellness. Within that data, we identified that 33% of our students would benefit from additional social emotional learning support. So we have a gap in how we're providing that social emotional learning instruction to our students. So we are working with our Tier 1 team at Possibilities on where we're implementing that into our school day, how to get students engaged in that. So that kind of brings us to our next steps in knowing what we need to improve. What steps are we taking now? Our tier 1 team is working on putting together an action plan for increasing that caring adult on campus percentage. That is going to be one of our first focus on our SEL. We picked that as a staff. How are we building that up? How are we building relationships? How are we getting students involved? We're also working on planning our student awards and recognitions for the rest of the school year. We have our Q1 award ceremony scheduled for next week. 7th and 8th grade will be a separate, and we're happy to be recognizing over 200 students in each grade level for their academic performance, for their growth efforts, for their phenomenal performance lates and attendance. We're excited to bring everybody together to celebrate that. We're also currently working with the district team on talking about Saturday school for ADA recovery, academic interventions, and an alternative to suspensions. Just ways that we can intervene with students, what that could look like, what we can provide with that additional time. We're looking at all those possibilities. And then we are working on, because of the SEL, the lack of SEL instruction right now, we have started implementation of the second step curriculum. That began just on Monday through our elective classes. Every elective teacher was provided with the lesson. We went over it at a staff meeting, allowed staff to ask questions, and then we oversaw that lesson beginning on Monday, and we'll continue those lesson implementations throughout the school year. And then we also are working on planning some more college visits and just continuing to look at our community partnerships. Mr. C, our community coordinator, and myself are going to be joining some members of the district just next week. We're going to be doing a leading and learning visit to the Anaheim School District, and we're going to be focusing a lot on looking at what they're doing for student engagement and connectedness, as well as some parent partnership things, which I know Mr. Rimmer will talk about when we get to LCAP goal number 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so looking at LCAP goal 3, focusing on parent community engagement and connectedness. As a new community schools coordinator, I really want to focus on this particular goal, especially as a community member. And so in order to figure out how we could can have parents in the community feel more connected to our school, we first have to look at what's going well at our school. And the few things that was working really well at our school, is like, for example, accessible back to school nights and school events, especially to non-English speaking families. We recognized that there was a need and there was a language barrier between our teachers and our families, especially this year with a high ratio of non-Spanish speaking teachers. And so going back to like the back to school nights, we were able to provide a lot of bilingual staff to provide some interpretation and translations. That goes the same with parent conferences. Again, just making sure that we have those families supported who are unable to communicate in English. And then also we have our cafecitos with our most recent cafecito with a big success with over 86 families attending to the cafecitos. That shows that the families are really eager to be a part of our school affairs. And this, as well as like the ELAC meetings and the community, like Ms. Megan Deuce mentioned about our community partnerships. For example, with Chase Bank, we recognized that there was a need by one of our teachers who wanted to provide that service or that learning opportunity for our 8th grade intro to business class. And we were able to connect with Chase Bank to provide that financial literacy part. And in terms of improvement, we do recognize there are some areas of improvement in order to, especially if we wanted to try to get parents involved and feel a sense of connectedness to our school. Right now, we realize there's a lack of parent-teacher group. Last year, we started it, but again, unfortunately, we're not able to have it maintained. So that's something we're going to be working on this year is establishing that parent-teacher group. And then again, just looking at opportunities to help provide a sense of connectedness between parents and the school, trying to get them more motivated and inclined to participate in our school activities. And also another example that that we're looking at that needs some improvement is just clarity of parent view. we recognize there's a lot of parents who are either not aware of Parent View, not sure how to set up an account and or navigate through Parent View. We understand that this is an important tool for parents to better support their child in their learning. Also, online enrollment challenges. We do recognize that there's a challenge of enrolling children in the system and just trying to just maintaining on-site resources for families. Currently, we do have a community liaison. So when families do come to our site, most cases we redirect them to our family resource center, and they usually provide the services and the resources. However, we're exploring the idea of providing some on-site resources for our families, so that way they're not being moved around as much. In terms of next steps, again, going back to the parent-teacher group, we definitely want to start developing and organizing a parent-teacher group, so that way more parents can be more involved in school activities. Parent education session in November 22nd, we recognize in our parent focus group from last year that there was a need for parent education in substance abuse. And so on November 22nd, we're organizing a parent education session with parents to educate them on substance abuse. And the person that's going to be leading that session will be our drug and alcohol counselor. And as well, I believe it's Ms. Dukes too, Megan Dukes. Cafecito, during our next Cafecito, we want to partner up with the high school to start discussing 6-year planning and college preparation for our students. To that way, there's an easier understanding and transition from middle school to high school and beyond. Again, exploring some college options and the routes that students are going to need to take in order to complete their ultimate, career goals. Parent conferences to be improved by bachelor's family structure. Again, just like we recognize that parent conferences could be possibly organized a little bit better in terms of how parents sign up to meet with teachers, what interpretation support we can provide to the parents. And then the last thing, community yard sale. This is an idea that was been floating around that we really want to bring up, is creating a community yard sale and host it at the middle school, where we invite the community who would like to sell their belongings, and invite them to our school, interact with our staff and our team, and again just help build that relationship between the school and the community. And then I'm gonna go ahead and pass off to goal 4 with Ms. Rumor.
Thank you. I did want to provide some clarification about the parent-teacher group. We do have enthusiastic parents, and we are moving forward. What we are needing to do is get a taxi ID number established. That went away from the middle school about, I don't know, it's nearing a decade now. And so getting them the taxi IN so that they can move forward in some of the fundraising, that's going to be a big emphasis. So I just want to provide the clarification and not take any recognition away from those dedicated parents that have been involved in pushing forward. If we can move on to goal 4, please. Okay, so when we talk about staff engagement and connectedness, Ms. Dutz referred earlier to the student voice survey. I provide you a copy of that student voice survey, as well as one that came out through partnership with California Healthy Kids Survey, that talks about staff connectedness, school climate, the school climate survey, which is aligned to our CHICS data. We had our staff members, both classified and certificated, take this survey, and we showed significant growth across all 6 domains when compared to our data from the conclusion of the 23-24 school year, and the feelings of staff on at that time. Each domain is scored from 1 to 4. And we really show particular growth and strength in some certain domains with mean scores for staff connectedness with 3.45, which is an increase of over a number, solid standard deviation, structure for learning of 3.35, and school safety with the score of 3.52. So we really are emphasizing looking at that data and maintaining as well as continuing to grow. We're really emphasizing and bringing our classified staff. We're making time. It's obviously there's an innate challenge because many of our CSEA and classified staff have varying schedules. We have our PLC time built in for our certificated staff for us all to connect, but we're working to try to connect with our classified groups as well and bring them on. So we're working collaboratively, cohesively, and we really are a school community working together. Another thing I want to highlight that's going well for our staff engagement and connectedness is I think you can tell a lot by our school when you look at our master schedule. You can see what are things we value and what means the most to us, and collaboration is key. All of our PLCs, meaning same grade level subject teams, have a common prep. So their prep period is the same if you're a seventh grade math teacher or a seventh grade social studies teacher. They all share the same prep, which allows for greater collaboration and teamwork throughout the week. We also maintained our family structure. So students are housed in academic families. So that means our 4 core subject teachers all see the same group of students. So they might not travel together, but they all share the same students, which allows for them to provide cross-curricular collaboration with each other. They can provide wraparound supports for students to help those students meet their goals. So they can work together in supporting our students. So we maintained that within our master schedule. Our tier 1 team is operational and well represented. Every PLC, along with with RSP, our special education department, are represented. And we have decided to make our tier 1 team be our primary focus, our school leadership team. So in the past, we've had an Avid site team. We've had a team that focuses on PBIS, behavior, and attendance. We've had a team. Everything's the tier 1 team. So we run all ideas through it. We action plan together, and it's building a transparent, collaborative nature. We're working together. All suggestions, all ideas, all changes are filtered through that tier 1 team. There are times that things need to be made or decisions need to be, come from an administrative perspective, but there is that lens. So it's building connectedness as we work together. I also just wanted to highlight the efforts of many of our classified and certificated staff that do things beyond their normal workday responsibilities. If you come out to our campus, you'll see on the playground staff playing basketball with students, participating in some of our Spirit Day activities, participating in Spirit Days or the games that we're playing on Fridays. And this really does go a long way in providing opportunities for kids, but also promoting that engagement in meaningful relationships. If you look at the 10 by 10 data and how we build these relationships, this is a key component. And it really does promote a positive campus culture and climate. And I really wanted to highlight our staff for their efforts in going that extra mile. So our areas for growth, our tier 1 team has working on next steps for areas we identified as opportunities for growth in our campus culture data. We identified that we need to work as hard as possible to find as many ways as possible for our parents, our guardians, and our community to be involved in our campus. We got great feedback on our back to school night because it was accessible to all families. We had language translation, but we continue to seek feedback from our families so we can get them as involved on the campus as possible. Middle school, we have a unique challenge. Our entire student group is either coming or going because we're only there for 2 years. So we really have to put accelerated emphasis and effort into making sure that our community is invited and welcomed on our campus. And a major emphasis for us this year is supporting our staff, is supporting all of our staff, classified and certificated, but particularly those who are new to our team. We did welcome 15 new certificated teachers this year, and a major emphasis for the benefit for our school, our community culture, our students is retention of these staff, making sure that our teachers feel supported, they feel valued, they feel invested in our community so we can have them be successful long-term, building relationships with our students and families for years and years to come. So that's a major, major focus point for everyone on our site. So our next steps is to continue to, as a tier one team, to action plan any areas of need. And we really want to bring our staff together some more staff celebrations. We've gotten to see some of our colleagues from our other sites. I can throw Prunedale out there. They do some really cool things. We've done staff potlucks in the past, but there's some really good things happening at some other schools. So we kind of want to admire and acquire and do middle school versions of those as well, just to bring our team together and celebrate our connectedness. I would like to ask Ms. Dutz to come up for our next slide, where we get to highlight some of our certificated staff members and some of the amazing contributions they're doing for our students.
All right, I have the privilege of presenting our certificated staff spotlight. And this was definitely an easy choice. While we do have some amazing certificated staff members, our counseling team this year, Miss Jasmine Torres and Miss Denise Garcia, have been an unstoppable team who are just willing to step up to meet any student and or staff needs. These are the two that we go to when there is a crying student in the office. These are the two we go to when there is a student who is failing multiple classes. These are the staff members we go to when we have an upset parent in the front office and we need some support to talk to them and get on the level and get understanding to move forward. This counseling team goes above and beyond to uplift every student on our campus. They provide a safe and inclusive space. They're always encouraging student success. They're pushing our students, and they have some of the best relationships with students and staffs alike. So a big, big shout out to Jasmine Torres and Denise Garcia for everything that they do at our middle school.
All right.
I really didn't want to share the staff spotlight slides that, but Ms. Deuce talked me into it, but I did want to just express publicly my appreciation and admiration for all the work that Ms. Torres and Ms. Garcia do. They really are instrumental. If we could go to the next slide, please. For our classified staff, we really need to recognize our front office team, Ms. Erica Linares and Nayeli Ponce. These are the literal faces of our school. They provide a welcoming environment to our parents and our community members as they enter our campus. They go above and beyond in what they do in supporting students. They have so much logistical work. They have so much clerical work on their plates, but they still find the time to provide that wonderful customer service for our parents, our families, as well as our students, and create an inviting and welcoming environment. We recently lost another, great team member, our 3-hour bilingual clerk, Ms. Gonzalez, to a full-time position at the high school that she's very well deserved. But in her absence, as we've worked to fill that position, both Ms. Linares and Ms. Ponce have done an amazing job in stepping up and filling in that role seamlessly and doing so with positivity, with a smile on their face. So they really are like a heartbeat of our school, an exemplary example of our campus culture. So really wanted to say thank you to Erica and Nayeli for all that they do for our students, for our staff, for Ms. Dutz and I and Mr. Celestia. We rely on them a lot. So thank you to both of them. Thank you very much. That does conclude what we have for you tonight.
All right,
If
well,
you
thank
have
you so
questions.
much. I'm going to open it up to the audience. Does anyone want to make a comment, statement, or have any questions on this wonderful presentation on the middle school? If not, is there anybody on Zoom? If there's no one on Zoom, then I'm going to open it up to I'm waiting for my cue. I'll open it up to the board if there's no. We have one? Oh, okay. All right, Angela, anybody want to make any comments or statements about the middle school?
I'm there pretty often, because of soccer practice and my daughter, and I've attended a few meetings, and I even emailed on one of them that they're just run perfectly for equity for all language and people and information by them three exactly, or actually the one of them was them two, Megan and Luisito. Yeah, and I'm in PTG, so it is a little taking a little time to get some parent involvement, to get that going. And, we have a lot of good ideas. Mr. Rimmer's helping a lot. Uh, community connected events are real huge right there. Anything from a movie night to, um, festivals or informational, back to school night with all the little stands there, the booths. And that's great to hear that there's the substance abuse coming up pretty soon. I heard and saw that teachers were given like a training certificate, and at the time I had like 60 doses of Narcan in my car, and I gave the yard duties, I think 5 boxes, which is 10 doses. So like it's not just in the office and something happens maybe out in the field in like those 3 minutes, of running, so I gave some to them. And I saw that I wasn't there, but your guys' group Halloween costume was awesome. The Starbucks store, you guys, that looked really, really cool. And you guys even had little cups of something to drink, juice for the kids or whatever. That was awesome.
The Phoenix Refresher.
The Phoenix Refresher.
But
Starbucks,
thank you
Prunedale
for-
Starbucks was temporarily closed, so we have to go to Castroville.
yeah, Castroville
Love
Starbucks.
it.
Thank you for
Thank
all you
you.
do.
Thank you.
You're doing
Thank you
great.
so much. I just had a couple of questions. Great presentation. I know Dr. Turkey and I did the tour, and we specifically wanted to go to the new teachers, which was awesome. And so it's great to hear you say that, they're qualified, they're certificated, because you got how many new teachers this year?
15.
Yeah, so that's quite a bit. So it's really good to see them, really feeling supported. And I know that was one of your goals. I was really impressed when we went into the math class and was it the bank coins program that he had?
Mr. Health got. his health
Yes,
got bucks.
the
Yeah.
financial literacy that he does involve with that, I was very impressed with that. So when you said, some of you guys said that there's going to be resources on site, what type of resources are you looking to have on site available?
So this is all within our community school system. And so Mr. C, for example, has been looking at different ways, we offer so much to our families through our FRC, but many of our parents have expressed like, hey, if there was things here on campus that we could utilize or make accessible, that would be another reason for us to get involved. So Mr. C is working on bringing different community partners, different opportunities. So we're going to figure out in detail what that looks like over time. But the idea is for us to also become a place where family members can come and receive those supports. And then while they're there, we open up those doors for a deeper relationship with what's going on at the school.
That's great. I know the resource center is not too far, a couple of
It's not,
blocks.
it's not, no, but
but the-
when we were doing our needs assessment, we were getting feedback from the community. That was something that came up that we thought, wow, that really could be a great way to bridge
Yep.
and get people incentivized to engage.
Okay, last but not least, this substance abuse program workshop that you're having, is that just for the parents of the middle school or is it open up to everybody?
I can speak to that. Just I'm working with our drug and alcohol counselor, McKenna Volzing, to figure out the details of it. It is something I think we're going to pilot and not necessarily say exclusively to our middle school families, but we're going to do the. Understandably, middle school students and high school students, there are different focuses when it comes to substance abuse. And when we would want to talk to the parents about addressing those concerns at home, there is a level of what middle school families might want to focus on versus high school families. So at this time, we are going to host it at the middle school. We will promote it out to the community as an open forum. So anybody is welcome to attend, but we will put an emphasis on that. The majority of the information will be beneficial and geared towards middle school families and middle school age students.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
I have a,
Okay, I have a question. First, amazing work. I've heard really, really good stuff happening at the middle school. Especially the parent engagement and that has trickled down and everyone's hearing about 86 families for one cafecito. That's pretty impressive because we don't see as many families participate. What's the average participation for the ELAC meetings?
We've had one ELAC meeting thus far. We had 50 unique families
Wow.
with a total population of probably around 100.
How did you get to that level? What are some of the techniques that other spaces in our district can start to use to get to that level of participation from parents, from 86 to 50 unique families? That's pretty good.
I can speak to ELAC and then Mr. C, we can talk about Capacita. Obviously, it comes down to getting the message out, and the word out is the most important thing. With ELAC, 100% of our EL students receive a personal phone call, inviting them, going over what's going to be covered. And that personal touch has really resonated. This is something that's been going on at the middle school for quite some time, and we brought it back. And so then we can answer questions preemptively when it comes to anything, get them excited about the subject matter, and then also find out just in that moment, is there anything else that we can talk about that would make it really engaging for you to be a part of? And so I think that goes a really, really long way to show the importance and build that kind of trust and relationship to get people involved. With Capacitos, there's a lot of messaging. Mr. C really did take the lead in this most recent Capacito, so I'd love for him to share what he did.
Yeah, so in terms of like the Cafecito and even back to school night, I did a lot of like posting on social media, making sure that the NEST program has flyers too. But like I mentioned, I am a community member myself. I've lived in Castroville since 2016. I only live a walk from the middle school. So one weekend, I actually had a whole bunch of flyers and I went to different houses, put them in their mailbox. I had families who were just out there doing their lawn. I gave them a flyer. One of them actually said, "Man, I really appreciate you coming out here because my daughter would not tell me that there's this event coming up." And so that parent was really appreciative that I was on my bike. I went all around Castroville, just passing out flyers, putting flyers in mailboxes, and talking to families one-on-one in person and letting them know what events we have going on in middle school.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that. Mr. Rimmer, can you tell us which staff is dedicated to make those personal calls? Because that's a lot of calls.
It is. We do use our SIPAs. We do tap in when we had our bilingual clerk. We were tapping into her as a resource. We have used our community liaison. We do tap into on Mondays. Our counselors do support with this, but we're very fortunate. Both of our academic counselors are bilingual as well. We also tap into on Mondays when we have our early release days. There might be some bilingual staff that can be spared in certain areas, campus safety monitors, things like that. We don't leave any stone unturned when it comes to the staffing. And that really comes also building that connectedness with your staff and the importance. People believe in it, so they're happy to step up and do that role because they want what's best for our families and our students as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
you.
One more question regarding the Saturday schools. Is it gonna have everything that students need to actually access, like transportation, pickup?
I will say this, we are working collaboratively with the high school as well as Ms. Ortiz from Expanded Learning, and we are in the early stages of developing it, but the idea is that, yes, we want to eliminate every barrier that would prohibit success from it. And so we are doing the due diligence of how this will be set up so it can be successful and include transportation, include, nutrition services, include custodial, for us to ultimately get the ADA recovery, but then also make it accessible to our families and students. And so that's a logistical piece that will take some time as we are in a sprawling district. We're working towards that.
Yeah, and one recommendation that was brought to me, and I didn't realize like that's super important, is early releases on Mondays and libraries close on Mondays. And so many students are just hanging out around. So maybe that's something that should be looked at to see if early release should be changed to another day. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how that works. I don't know, in all honesty, but I think that that's something that should be looked at because it is walking distance and many of those students are actually walking around and not having nothing to do. And so they've said that they're just hanging around in a closed library. And that could also help with staying away from any issues. But congratulations on everything you're doing. And it's just amazing, and I look forward to coming and visiting.
Octavia, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate you on all the wonderful work you're doing. I definitely am very happy to see that there's going to start to be recognition for honor roll and perfect attendance. We have to recognize the kids that are doing the good behavior and hoping that it's contagious. After all, we are here really for academics. We want to see kids succeed when it comes to reading and math so that when they get to high school, they can continue to succeed. One thing that I didn't see you touch upon, and I know it's a concern for a lot of parents, is violence on campus. So when I look at you at the area that covered student engagement and addressing concerns, how do you feel you're creating the relationships where it is addressing bullying, it is addressing when fights happen on campus? Because I also think that has an impact when it comes to attendance. Because if somebody's afraid something's going to happen at school or they're having a conflict, they may not make the decision to come to school, or they may skip. So how do you feel you're addressing that when it comes to, these teenage or preteen years and kids' ability to resolve conflicts in a
Sure.
positive manner?
Sure. Well, thank you for bringing this one up. I think there's some very deliberate steps that we have taken, and I think that there's more that we can continue to do. For example, we do quarterly assemblies through our PE department where we address, school-wide expectations. Our most recent one, that was on Q2, we got input from Deputy Herrera and really talked about the impacts of bullying, the impacts of violence, the potential consequences, and really made this very informative that, this isn't the same thing as when, you're a kindergartner or first grader. These can be significant consequences that can. Also, what are the alternatives? What are the alternative ways to receive support? And getting that messaging out to our students. If we have a conflict, this is going to happen in a school community. A conflict does not need a confrontation. There are alternative ways. There are ways that we can do conflict resolution. We make that available through our behavior tech, through our counselors, through our we previously through our TOSAs, and then also through administrators. So we all take those on. So providing these alternatives to violence. We are, Ms. Stutz, I believe, spoke to this, but we are implementing our second step curriculum with Fidelity for the very first time, which is our social emotional learning. It does have a bullying component that is embedded in that that all students, 100% of students will receive. Beyond that, this is an area of focus for our tier 1 team as well. We're including that. Dr. Katie Turner, her last name is Turner, Dr. Katie Turner, and I have been in discussions because we are taking as many proactive steps as we can. But the truth is, we can always do more. Middle school gets, it gets a reputation for a very challenging time in adolescence. And social construct is huge. And anytime there's violence, even if, it's once or fights or bullying, once is too many. So we want to take every proactive measure, and we will continue to leave, nothing to chance in implementing them as early as we can. Additionally, this comes down to one of those things that we identify, which is those caring relationships on campus. A lot of conflicts that could be physical, that could be violent, are prevented because our students trust someone on our campus. They come to Ms. Stutz, myself, Mr. C, a teacher, classified staff, campus supervisor. Hey, these two, something might happen. There's conflicts, or I'm having a problem. If we continue to build those trusting relationships, we can get out and be preventative. And when we can be preventative, we can stop things from happening. So that really comes down to it. Our students are our greatest ally in moving forward in keeping our campus safe. And we need them to be partners and get that message. Mr. C did want to add something.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do want to add something. And thank you for mentioning that, because I am in the works of addressing that issue. And right now I actually have a meeting scheduled with Yvette Padilla with the Epicenter. And we're going to be discussing what we can do to help support that, provide some solutions to that issue that's going on when it comes to violence. I've been in collaboration with Carol Ortiz, our expanded learning director, about possibly implementing the Joven Noble curriculum at the middle school, where we will identify specific students who are at high risk for whether it's gang violence or just violence in general. We plan to organize a specific day a week. It's a 12-week long program. And we're hoping to aim towards the spring because again, it's a 12-week program. Students who are in that program has to be attending the program consistently. And at the end of the program, they graduate with, swag, a celebration. So that way they recognize that they're improving from being violent to not. So we are working on that. I'm definitely been active in addressing those issues by exploring all the resources that I can and collaborating with Katie Turner, Yvette Villa, and Carol Ortiz and such.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic because we do need to give students those skills, and they are skills, especially depending, we don't know what's going on in their home, how to have those skills to resolve conflict. And they're going to need those skills throughout their lives. So I think that's wonderful that you're exploring that. Is there anything that we as a board or a district can do to support collaborative relationships, cooperative skills to teach the kids that maybe we can even start sooner? You brought up a program. I'm sorry, what was it? Casa Noble or?
Joven Noble.
Joven
Yeah,
Noble.
so
Okay.
myself and a few members of the NEST team and a few other staff from the high school, we were sent to a training in Lompoc, California, where they discuss of strategies to create like a circle type of seminar or lesson with the kids that addresses teen pregnancy, substance abuse, and gang violence, and among other things. Again, it does take some time to plan. They did provide a whole curriculum. It's about that thick. And so we have to review that curriculum. Again, we just have to strategically plan what that's going to look like. So that's why we're right now, because it's such a short time and because the program is 12 weeks long and we're approaching winter break, we want to make sure that we provide the students enough time to benefit from the program. So that's why we're trying to aim towards more like towards the spring.
Yeah, I think it's really important for all the schools in our district to look at conflict resolution curriculum and how to give the kids those skills, because we know it's a concern for parents. We hear parents say that's one of their greatest concerns. And so I also think it's really important when it's peer to peer. I remember way back, conflict resolution team, long time ago. And it was peer to peer helping. You were on that too? See, okay. Oh my goodness. So I think it really is important for the kids to learn how to influence other students to behave, in a cooperative way. So great work. My last question, because I don't want to monopolize the time too much, is I remember students asking about the library being open. Is the library open for students?
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think
At lunchtime?
Break and lunch,
Okay.
and the library just worked with our ASB group of purchasing new games and resources to be available to students who choose to spend their time in that space.
That's wonderful. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Any other questions?
Just wanted to say thank you for doing it and PTA, this was run by school, the PTG. That's definitely programs we've been asking since we rejected COVID. This is another step back in the person. And also working on the 6th year, and that was a big issue in here that where I don't think any middle school students ever had a 6-year plan, or and we until recently juniors started getting their 6-year plan. So that definitely helps bridge the gap, so they know maybe what classes will be ready for high school. So thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, we're going to move on to the next presentation, which is facilities.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey, community. We are here together, Mr. Nathan Adams, Director of Facilities Maintenance and Operations, and myself, to present you with an update on facilities specifically on the capital improvement projects that we currently have ongoing in the district. Next slide, please. So we currently have 3 projects: Elkhorn Modular, High School Site Entrance Improvements, and Middle School Head Start Modular buildings. Next slide, please. And I am going to defer this to Nathan to walk us through on this one.
Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for your time this evening. I'm happy to say on this particular project, we are on time and within the budget. So we've been pretty aggressive moving forward with this, and so far everything is moving very smoothly. The install for the new modular building is scheduled for this Saturday morning. It's going to be 3 sections. So we're doing a final walkthrough tomorrow morning to make sure the survey markers are in place. And we're going to ensure that hopefully we don't break any lines in the process. So so far, knock on wood, everything is going very smooth. So we do intend that we're going to meet our timeline now that ready to go. I've actually pushed it 2 weeks earlier with the contractors to hopefully have this done by December 13th. So we'll see. But so far, everything's working smooth, no problems. So very happy to report that. Do you guys have any questions regarding the Elkhorn project?
No, this is the one that's tied to a grant, right?
Correct. And if I may, thank you, Nathan, for that one. I just want to be able to provide you. Next slide, please, so I can show some of the progress. This specific project, trustees, it is a multi-funded project. This one, as you remember, we accepted the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, commonly known as IEP. And so basically the language of this grant tell us that for any capital improvement, the district will be contributing 51%. So 49% is coming from IEP, and the 51% is for coming from the district. So the estimated cost for this project was about 1.2 million. And as I said before, per grants language, 49% equates to about $588,000. And for 51%, the contribution from the district is about $612,000. That we need to match funds, hence the need for us to commit those funds. If you remember, previously we committed funds in order to fulfill this specific liability. Any questions on this specific project? As you can see, all the infrastructure, it's in place. We run the water lines, electricity. So as Nathan said, this coming Saturday, we will be installing the building on site. So it's ready. If no questions on this one, we can proceed to the next one. Next slide, please. Trustees, on this one, this is the high school site entrance and exit improvements. We just wanted to show you some of the pictures and the progress on this one. Little summary on this is basically campus improvement to upgrade parking, covered shelter booths, reception booths, new hardscaping to improve accessibility, signage, a flagpole, pedestrian lights, upgraded irrigation, and new landscaping, and raised planter beds. In one of my previous presentations, we mentioned that we decided to break this project by phases for specific reasons. We needed to move forward with DSA approval and plan check. So phase 1 is what we are basically completing this November. the hardscape, soft landscaping, infrastructure, anything that is concrete related has been completed as of tomorrow. I'm happy to inform that that's the last pouring of concrete, which is the area adjacent to our district office building. So that will facilitate access very soon. Phase 2 of this project was the entry to the stadium. It's like an archway. That one, we decided to pull it aside from the first submittal with TSA because it was going to delay the process. We needed to start with this project. And the other, the last phase was the bus shelters. If you remember the very last update, the landscaping architect was here and explained the reason why. So for phase 1, if we can skip some of these slides just for visual purposes, just to see the progress. Thank you. Those are some pathways to navigate if we can hold on this one, please. This is basically one of the monument signs that it's located at the center of the pathway leading us to the administration office. So the idea here on the top, as you can see, is just the concept rendering of the way that is going to look eventually this monument sign. This is part of the furnishing portion of the phase 1. The signage, those are the things that we placed with vendors, and those are basically in progress. They're fabricating this. So eventually, as they're arriving, we're gonna be placing those into the specific areas. Next slide, please. That's the back of it. Next slide. You can see that the grass has been installed and irrigation, it's working beautifully. Next slide, please. That's another view. Next. Right here, it's another view of the district office. As you can see, we're making some progress with the landscaping. As of today, they were able to do the installation of the mulch. And if next slide, please, we're gonna be able to see that this is another conceptual rendering of the way that is going to look, this specific section, which is the archway leading us to the stadium. Tomorrow, we're gonna be pouring concrete on the area towards the lower right. So eventually that area will be accessible and ready to pretty much be used. Next slide, please. That's another view, the archway. Next. This is another view of as we are driving over Castroville, approaching and looking at this monument sign. And I'm providing you with the conceptual renderings of the way that it's gonna look. The top rendering, it's during the day. And the lower rendering, the one that it looks black with white letters, is basically looking at night, and you're gonna see those letters illuminated. It's gonna be with electricity, and the infra is ready. We're just waiting for the manufacturing company to finalize with those letters and signage. And landscaping has been completed as of today. We're gonna be applying the mulch and so on. So we're approaching the end of phase 1 as far as hardscape, softscape, landscaping, and just the furnishing portion of it that it's missing. Next slide, please. Okay, I wanted to focus on this one for a minute because this is the perfect example of some of the delays in this project. Specifically on the area where you see these gray elements, should I say, those are seat walls. Basically, they're going to be wrapping around some of the circles that we have. And those are being, as of now, they're fabricating this. So it's custom made. So in one of the circles, we're going to have those seat walls defining the space, but at the same time, serving as a purpose for students to maneuver through the space, have a place for them to socialize. So those are the latest delays in the project per se, but those are minor compared to the major stuff that it has been completed as of this week. The other one that is on top of it is basically the bus shelter. That's going to be phase 3, and we issued a check for DSA so that this one is going to be an over-the-counter plan check, because it's one of those already prefabricated structures, so it won't delay that much the project. I'm just providing some of the examples of the reception booth and so on. By no means this is the last. It's just for reference. Those are not the color. This is not the color scheme, but just to give us some sort of idea as far as the use of the space in some of the benches. Next slide, please. Would you like to talk about
The traffic.
traffic in first week?
Okay, so as you can see, as you've entered the campus today, some of the striping is done. The signage, some of the signage is still yet to be completed. There was some discussion as far as the traffic and the safety orientation of how the traffic flow enters and exits the campus. The staff parking, that's a immediate right into that parking lot, and there was some discussion as to exiting and entering through there. There are some concerns when we did our traffic study because that's the entrance only. So rather than allowing them to exit staff parking from there back into the entrance, was some concern because you have the oncoming traffic into the campus. And in the past, it's my understanding that people would exit that staff parking and exit from the entrance in the past. So moving forward, because of that concern, I had recommended to Dr. Santa Cruz that they should continue through the loop and have one flow of traffic, because therefore you're not going to have 2 lanes going opposite ways with children in that circle as they enter the campus, that potentially they're not going to anticipate another car coming. So with that traffic flow in mind, it's going to keep our campus safe. I know it's an inconvenience for some of the staff that work here, but for the safety of the children and everyone that works here, it's probably the best direction to go. Did I miss something?
Not at all. Not at all. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another example of some of the improvements made to the site, especially with the marking signage. You can see on the 3 boxes that we're displaying on the left. We ordered those the signage. The signage is OSHA approved. So again, it's part of the furnishing of the site. So we placed the orders, and eventually we will have all the visuals in place to redirect the traffic. Next slide. And same thing on this one. We're approaching the end of the half moon, if we call it, if we can call it like that. Again, signage marking on the floor, and again, emphasizing on safety. One of the things that I wanted to mention here is the speed limit. This is something that is concerning. Castroville Boulevard, you see those cars flying. It's 25 miles per hour. And also inside the campus, we have the right to specify or reduce the limit, the speed limit. Safety first. I cannot emphasize enough. So I'm using this forum right now to address this, and be mindful. It's not only students, staff, community. So slow down for safety purposes. Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So it's been brought to our attention for the lighting, the exterior lighting for the traffic pattern amongst all phases. They've plotted the holes, however, we're waiting for the manufacturer of the finished product to install that lighting. So in absence of that, we've been provided a brief update, and they're anticipating that we're not going to receive that new lighting for those plotted holes until March, correct?
February, March. So it's depending on, the fabrication. Yeah. But again, infrastructure has been completed. It's just a matter of waiting for the vendor to manufacture those, power poles for us, according to the specification of the architect and the engineer. As far as the update for the cost on this construction, the estimated construction cost for this one was 3.6 million for phase one. Tonight, I am reporting that total expenditures as of today, we have $2,950,725. And again, this is a previous committed project that, when I came on board, we had these contracted services, and hence the need for us to be able to commit the funds to fulfill previous liabilities contracted by the district. So, any questions regarding this one?
What's
Yes, sir.
gonna happen, or is it just gonna stay dirt right there behind across the street from the district office where the current disabled parking, is it just gonna just stay dirt basically?
As of now, that wasn't part of this specific, we don't have any plans yet
Okay.
on that one. I guess the focus has been to finish this major project and being able to provide access to students, staff, and community. We feel that we're approaching that phase of completion, pending upon the furnishing. That for obvious reasons, once we place the orders, we don't have control on the manufacturing side. Next slide, please. This is another rendering, and also at the bottom, I just want to create some momentum for our students and the logo. This is going to be the screen that is going to be placed along the fence. Notice that I have a little line pointing to this section on the right-hand side. That's going to be a very lengthy windscreen that is going to have this logo. And it's probably your height. It's going to be the height of Nathan, plus minus, with those letters. So it's going to look fabulous. Next slide, please. And again, we provided, with the update on completion for phase one, phase two, depending on where are we with DSA approval and so on. But those are in my humble opinion, very minor details at this point compared to the bulk of work for phase one. Next slide, please. And the last one is the middle school Head Start modular happening at the middle school. Really? Yes. Okay. So this one is it's a partnership that we have with MCOE. Basically, they are relocating the Head Start program into this area where you see the highlighted section, the square. And basically, the district's responsibility is to provide the connection for utilities, underground utilities. So that is the trench that you see to connect, for water and electricity. That one, because of the amount of the allocation, I was looking at previous records. We do have an allocation of about $200,000 for this one. Based on the amount that I see, we will have to do a formal or semi-formal bidding process to to be able to adhere to procurement protocols for the district. Other than that, this is basically our report, unless you have something else regarding this. And we welcome any questions that you might have.
People in the audience.
In this subject? Oh, cool.
Marisol Reyes. Alguien que quiere venir a platicar de the facilities. That's what, actually, it doesn't pertain to these specific projects, but it's regarding facilities. It's regarding facilities, but not these specific projects. But let's have them come up now. It is an agenda item.
It's a completely separate project, I think.
Discussion.
So you know what, we're gonna have to, so what we're saying, because this is a presentation, right? So usually we have questions. So we have some parents that have some questions around facilities.
I think that's fine.
Yes.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marisol Reyes y soy madre de 2 estudiantes de Eco Valley. Nuestra preocupación es sobre la seguridad de nuestros hijos en la escuela, tanto de violencia de armas como el acceso a cualquier persona a las instalaciones. Venimos a solicitar el apoyo esperando una respuesta favorable. A continuación les voy a enseñar nuestras peticiones. La número 1 es cámaras en la entrada de la escuela. La número 2, sistema de control de acceso por PIN o puertas automáticas para acceder. Y la número 3 sería la estructura o techo fijo para proteger a los niños del sol y la lluvia en la parte alta y baja de la escuela, en la cual hacen sus ejercicios y se llevan a cabo festivales y graduaciones. Nuestras escuelas deben de ser lugares seguros donde nuestros hijos puedan sentirse como en casa, ampliar sus conocimientos y correr libremente. La seguridad es muy importante para total tranquilidad de los padres, profesores y la dirección. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea and I am Spanish interpreter. I will be reading off of her public comment. So my name is Marisol Reyes. I am the mother of 2 students at Echo Valley. Our worry are about the safety of our students at school. As much as the gun violence, as the access to all the people in the facilities. We come here to ask your support, and hopefully it is in our favor. We ask for cameras at the entrance of the school, a control system to be accessed by a PIN or automatic doors, as well as a structure or a steady roof to protect the students from the sun and the rain. At the upper and lower part of the school, where they do their exercises. And they also have festivals on that side. Our schools are also safe spaces where students can feel like they are at home. Also broaden their understanding, and they can run freely. Their safety is very important for their tranquility for the parents, teachers, and for administration. Good. Thank you and good night.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Berenice, soy madre de familia y al igual que mi compañera vengo por los mismos motivos, solicitando el apoyo para incorporar más seguridad en nuestra escuela de Eco Valley. Eh, Igual, con las esperanzas de que nos puedan ayudar a instalar ya sea el arcotecho o las cámaras, el pin de seguridad, porque igual como todos estamos, este pues queriendo algo mejor para nuestros hijos y también como para sentir nosotros más seguros. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias.
So hi, good afternoon. My name is Berenice and I am the mother. And as well, I am here to support what they had mentioned previously. So I want to also be able to see if we can get like an arc ceiling, also a pin to access the entrance, and just the safety of everybody.
Buenas noches. Yo como padre de la escuela de Eco Valley también pido el apoyo que mis compañeras mencionaron de cuando con mucha emoción nos puedan ayudar con las cámaras y techos de la escuela. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. And then I am also here to also support what has been mentioned, to hopefully we receive the support to receive the cameras and a better roofing for the school.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Minerva Ortega y al igual soy madre de familia de Eco Valley y estoy de acuerdo aquí con la petición de mis compañeras. Muchos papás no pudieron asistir porque por diferentes compromiso, ¿verdad? Pero estamos de acuerdo, yo como madre de estudiante también me preocupa, ya que este año, esa semana que no fue de tanta calor, mi hija me llegó quemada y le digo, mi hija, pues estuviste expuesta tanto tiempo al sol. Me dice, no, mamá, solo tuvimos PE. Y y ya en la noche sí se quejaba porque sí estaba quemada de su cuerpo, ¿va? Y muchas veces nosotros como padres no reportamos esas situaciones porque yo pienso que muchos de nuestros hijos han pasado por esa misma situación, pero no lo reportamos porque sabemos que no podemos hacer mucho contra la naturaleza, ¿verdad? Pero sí nos ayudaría a poner sombras en el área de los juegos de los niños para que los días que estén un poco más calurosos ellos puedan protegerse un poco. Sí, sería nosotros es lo que estamos pidiendo, ¿verdad? Estar más, que tengan nuestros hijos más protección. También otra de las cosas es que yo a menudo voy a la escuela, muchos de ustedes yo pienso que ya conocen la escuela Eco Valley, ya saben cómo están sus estructuras y al igual yo he podido subir sin ningún inconveniente hasta el área de parqueadero del estacionamiento que está en la oficina y no he sido notada, ¿verdad? Claro, yo como madre responsable sé que me tengo que ir a reportar a la oficina, yo voy y hago lo que tengo que hacer, pero yo he visto otros padres que han llegado, se estacionan y suben directo a las aulas. Entonces, sí pienso que sí sería como un poco más de seguridad para la escuela, tener algo como ver quién entra y quién sale de las instalaciones. Eso es todo. Gracias.
Gracias.
And I am also a parent of a student at Echo Valley, and I am also in support what what's been mentioned. I do want to mention that a lot of parents did want to come, but were not able to come. And one of the worries is that students are getting a lot of sunburn. Her daughter mentioned that she came in home with a sunburn, and mom asked her, "Were you outside for a long time?" She said, "No, I was just outside because of the PE class." And us as parents, we usually don't report these kind of things because there's not much you can do because it's nature, but it would be appreciated if they had some sort of shade. So when it's hot or the sun is too strong for them. And then another incident is the entrance coming into the building. Her as a mom, she has been able to go in all the way to the parking lot without really being noticed. And since she is a responsible parent, she goes and checks in at the office, but she's seen other people who just go in straight to the classrooms.
Thank you for coming to talk to us, señoras.
Sí, maybe sería bueno como empezar a sembrar como árboles alrededor, maybe para tener shade en un futuro y no tener que estar instalando, bueno, pienso, ¿verdad? Pero yo sé que ustedes lo van a discutir y muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Muchas gracias, señores.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias para visitarnos y para hablar con nosotros con sus opiniones. Connie, would you mind checking in with folks and just maybe making a list of concerns You have them right there. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias por venir. Okay. So we appreciate that. And now I know I want to open it up to anybody else in the audience that might have a question regarding the presentation. Mhm.
I have a question about the flow in the front of the high school, if I might. Can we look at that slide again? I don't know if you guys have ever, I'm Kelly Moore, I teach at the high school. I would invite all district staff to park in that parking lot and leave at 3:30 with the new flow. And then tell me how that flow moves. For 23 years, we've gone left out of there because I appreciate safety. That I want to just a quick anecdote about Santa Cruz. A woman got hit in Capitola by a car in 6 months ago, 8 months ago. And so they created a traffic jam at this stop sign. They took it from 2 lanes to 1 lane. And now it's very safe. And it takes 25 minutes to get to that stop sign. We have to balance safety with just a little bit of common sense. That crosswalk right there gets way less use than the crosswalk where now everybody will be coming out from the back of the school. If you come to our school at 3:30, all the kids who go on buses go across that crosswalk where now everybody's going to be coming out and making a right there. And the way we deal with that is we have a staff there, just like we have a staff right there and have had for 23 years to make sure those kids who are way less, who exit the school there, and they are there, can get out safely. But there's zero reason not to continue to let people go out of there because you're going to catch traffic. It already takes 15 minutes sometimes to get out of that. That's going to be, and there's students walking behind where those teachers have to go too. You'll be driving through from that one parking lot through a back parking lot where students are pulling in for football practice and basketball practice and volleyball practice, even though they shouldn't, they are. They're back there every day. You can check them out. They're walking up the side of that road over there towards the DO. And we just heard there is not a plan for what to do with that. There's no sidewalk there. Those kids walk in the street. You can see it. So I invite you before we commit to that, for everybody in this room to go park in that stock parking lot at 3:30 and leave and see what it looks like and see how the flow is and see what's safe. The district office is at the far end of that. So you're not going to see that in your normal everyday coming and going because you're on the tail end of it. To park right there and try to leave at 3:30, you will. So I just would like to invite everybody to do that before we commit to that, because that is going to cause less safe. As someone who's driven this for decades, it's going to be less safe and way more congested for everybody involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there, excuse me, is there anybody on Zoom that has any questions or statements regarding facilities and the presentation? And if there's none, I'd like to open it up to the board regarding the presentation. Any questions, concerns, comments? I know we're all eager to see this project complete.
Are there any plans to paint the high school?
I'm sorry.
Are there any plans to paint the high school? Because it was like 2 buildings were painted on the edge and it doesn't seem like it's unified. And my understanding was that there was plans to eventually paint it, but I don't see anything on this phase, so.
Not that I'm aware of. It's not part of this scope of work, but as we all know, once you start with one project, it's like when you start something at home and then the next room it's calling for something else, right?
So there's no plans, okay.
And no plans.
And then
at
I
this
saw the sign that was donated by the Rotary. It looks like it has a new location.
It remained in the same place. We ordered the pieces. I know that it's we're missing a few and we placed the order, right?
Yes, we placed the order and the particular power supplies in that particular sign. We decided to replace them all, as well as some LED panels. So what we're waiting for is the LED panels so we can do it all at once.
So it's going to be in the same location. The plan is to leave it in the same location, but it will be
Remains the
functional
same
now.
way.
It'll be functional now, so people can type in messages and let everybody know what's going on at the high school. Okay. And then that rock, the monument was moved to along the walkway. Is that what I
Yes,
saw?
and we decided to place it on a center stage because we have a nice plaque over there. We have one of those slides, if you don't mind going back. When you see the rock.
Yeah,
That's
how
the
was,
one.
how was that
Next,
decision
next,
made? Just out of
next,
curiosity.
next. That one over there. That was the only place that we felt that it was closer to the original location. Remember, on the left-hand side, we have the sign and the rock. So just to keep it within the proximities of the original placement, and based on the design, that was the ideal location in this case.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like an eyesore. I mean, I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings, but
County.
yeah. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, looks bigger right now because of the picture, but in huge context, it blends within the landscaping. But again, it is a preference.
You like it, Julia? So beautiful.
So, do you have any questions?
No, I've been looking at it. I think most of the students are just, we're still looking forward to like using it. And we just,
Yes. And I can wait to give you access.
thank you.
Julia, what's the sense of the kids? What are they talking about? I mean, are they seeing the
could tell you.
progress and they're happy about it?
Yeah, I've actually heard a lot of kids saying like, I like how it's like wider. It seems like it's wider than the last catwalk we had because like leaving school at 3:30 got really crowded and people were on the grass and it's like all trying to jam into that one little skinny gate opening. And then, but I like how open this is and how flat it is too. Yeah. And I don't have a preference really well.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. But any other comments or?
I have a couple questions. One, thank you for the safety. I've been driving for the past 10 years and parking and picking up and dropping off. And the exit of the entrance of the entrance, what we can call the entrance. Is there any plans? Because after school students are crossing Castroville Boulevard and are almost getting hit by cars that are coming, leaving, going all directions. Is there any plan for preventing and not permitting students to cross Castroville Boulevard? And parents should cooperate and not park on that side. But unfortunately, they're parking, but students are almost getting hit on a daily basis.
It is very
And
concerning.
I'm telling you, I come here
I've
for 10
noticed.
years.
Yes, it is very
Picking up
concerning.
and dropping off.
In full agreement with you, trustee, is very concerning. I will be reaching out, to the county because that is out of our governance. That's something that it needs to be discussed. I also mentioned in one of our previous meetings, for a different project, the fence that we have along the Castroville Boulevard. I mean, I'm concerned also, we have students walking that pathway, God forbid, and the fence is falling apart, but that's out of my,
Correct.
governance jurisdiction. Yeah, so,
Correct.
and
And if we're talking about equity, a lot of the students that are using those pathways are students who parents cannot pick them up.
correct.
So their parents are working long hours, who they're walking home, they're not taking transportation because their bus is the last one to arrive and to pick them up. So they rather just walk home.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, because that's been the history that there's certain buses that are always late and are always the last ones and students get tired. So they rather walk home.
And we have two tiny signs, one on opposite sides, 25 miles per hour, but you see those cars flying. So it's not only, the signage, it's common sense from all of us, the drivers, the users of the roads, with the understanding that, you have to respect that. You have to respect the safety of our students and drivers as well, because, you're trying to exit the site and
Correct. And then my question to you, and I know that you cannot give me probably a specific date and time, but I get asked every single day, and I'm not lying. I get asked every single day by students, when can we walk the new pathway?
Can I defer this question to Superintendent Turkey, because we did have this conversation, potentially a soft opening?
So I'd say a soft, gosh, what did we say with the conversation, Connie? I don't remember.
Remember the grand opening?
Grand opening versus soft opening?
This will be soft with the understanding that I'm still waiting for the furnishing, right? But full access to the students, we can do that. But I would like to be able to highlight.
I think as soon as students are able to safely go and access that, the walkway, we should do that. Okay. And then wait for the grand opening where we have all the flagpoles and everything else where we can do things like ribbon cutting.
It's up to you. I mean, I'm just a surrogate mother with this project, okay? When it's ready, I will be delivering that to all of you.
I'm thinking students would want to probably use it sooner rather than
Okay.
later.
Perfect.
When is that? Can you give us an estimate? I'm telling you, every single day I get asked by several students and several parents
All right,
that they're
Adriana,
just tired.
as of tomorrow, it is my understanding we're doing the last pouring of the concrete, the area that I mentioned. I just want to make sure that it is properly cured, everything is safe, so that if I give access to the students, it's approaching, okay? Give me at least 2 more weeks, I will say.
So it sounds like after
Yes.
Thanksgiving.
So after Thanksgiving break.
So like
It's too late.
late December.
Yes,
Late
maybe we'll
November,
do
early
some sort of
December.
celebration. We have those beautiful pine trees, and we'll decorate. We'll do something, something. Because I can't wait to see the students interacting in the space. That's for all of us.
I'm responding to one of our biggest stakeholder, which is our students asking,
Yes.
when can we actually
Yes.
just walk through the new?
And I'm the most interested in delivering this project, because I mean, it's a beautiful project, and I mean, it's for you. It's for all of you, the students of our campus, and it takes I want you to take pride of it. I mean, despite the fact that delays and so on. So I owe you an apology, but it's out of my reach. This is what I'm dealing with, and I'm trying my best. But I feel that I'm so close to deliver the baby.
You are. And the seating that you're talking about that needs to be around the area, that needs to be installed first before we open it up to the kids.
They
No?
can navigate the space. I mean, because we have the pathways and so on.
Okay.
But once we have those benches that I'm making reference to, you'll see that interaction, the social interaction, because as of last week, when we finished with the platform where the flagpole is, I see students waiting for the parents sitting over there, and somewhere around that area, we're going to have those seating walls, and that's going to be super interactive. So waiting for, parents to pick me up or the bus, it's going to be sitting throughout this space.
Awesome.
Socialization.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we are. Did you have another question?
There's always ways to see if she. Um,
And Rick's got a
Um, I'll just talk about answering Adriana's. Once you exit the high school, it's now California 2-lane highway, vehicle code 22, I think it's 350 and 352. So what we do is we need to be loud as a district and contact CHP and contact sheriff's office. CHP is more of the traffic enforcement than sheriffs. The SRO is not the one that does it because they have their own duties. But I do know the sheriff's office has a traffic unit. And usually law enforcement agencies get pretty excited when they feel like a school district or someone calls for help. They usually do make it a priority. And like I said, talking to the counties, right, would be the other issue, depending if it's a state road or kind of a
County road.
I asked for it to be
Yeah.
whacked,
so,
so we just need to. continue.
Supervisor Church.
We need to.
Well, there's a form.
We
You
need
go
to
online.
advocate more.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to- the other one too is, actually Kelly Moore brought up before I was going to, I did have the opportunity to try to leave at 3:30. something I've noticed in our district in our past years, and we work really hard on trying to make some good decisions. Sometimes they need a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of adjustment, and then we dig our heels in the sand. I'm hoping we won't do that here. It was an absolute nightmare trying to leave the school. I don't understand the human psychology or condition that how you can be a really nice person, but the minute you get behind the steering wheel and get stuck in traffic, then add heat, all inhibitions go out the window. And anger starts to rear its face. And I got to experience it. You know, and it saddens me because these are parents that are behaving a certain way, or some kids who have licenses. And I'm like, what example are we setting? But reality is that needs to be looked at. We need to adjust course if needed, but it does look like something needs to be different than it is right now. Because like I said, I was just shocked to see what I went through. And then I'm also receiving phone calls and emails from teachers saying, hey, I try to get out, and so was being, rather aggressive, this or that, and then that just bottlenecking, especially if you hook a right, and you want to turn left, and you got to try to cut in front of everyone to get in the number one lane. There's gonna be sorry about that. There's gonna be an additional bottleneck if you're trying to turn I want to say westbound on Castroville. So just food for thought that I hope that we can be open to further analysis of like, is this the best course of action? If it is, what can we do to reduce some of these concerns that are being brought up to us?
About that same subject, if you did like some sort of like simulation in trying to like, hey, let people turn left there, it's might be too much trouble for what it's worth, because I mean, anyone that knows me knows I would give teachers and staff anything they wanted if I could. But to be safe, and if you are expecting to get out there in 10-15 minutes, I do it. It is what it is. It's any other school in America. So I think it's fine. Is there going to be skateboarding pegs on any of the cement?
You know what? A good point. What I've noticed is that in the specifications, typically when you do this type of projects, you will place deterrents. Those are called deterrents.
Yeah.
And I didn't see that. So I was going to follow up with the architect. That will imply an additional or a change order.
Yeah.
But for the safety and for preservation of, the concrete or the structures that we have, I think it will be advisable. So
Okay.
more to come on
That's
that
good.
one. And if that will be part of the safety concern that I've noticed that typically we will have deterrents in place.
And then to bring up the rock and the plaque again, maybe if it was cleaned better, but I was having a thought, like any other school, they have newer plaques. This is like 40 something years old with the new superintendent, maybe the Board of Education, depending on how much those things cost. But yeah, I mean, if it was cleaned up, it might be better, or maybe we could talk about it some more, or whatever. Even the student board member, if we have a new one, at the time. Just suggestion. And then on the middle school, my last one is the middle school early education. So what's going to happen with the old daycare / MCOE?
It is my understanding that was a building with no certification. We are working on the certification with the architect so that we can utilize that space as well.
Okay, and then just follow up is the space in the middle, like there's dirt parking in between both the little daycare MCOE daycares. There's a big dirt place.
The parking space.
Yeah.
Yes, we reached out because we received a few concerns regarding the parking space and double check with I think it was the architect of record, and that will require it's a DSA project. Even if I do something to the space for safety reasons, it needs to be treated as a DSA project. I mean, we were looking at options such as, decomposed granite and so on, but for accessibility, ADA and so on, the soil, and so it requires more than just an
Yeah,
stick
and then people could just walk up into the school that way, like without anyone knowing, like safety issue. If you come from the street, you could, and you're just some regular person or even parent, they could just walk up and go into the.
Gate.
We have a gate.
Oh, there's a gate?
Yes, we do have a gate.
Oh, is it open sometimes? Because
I was there
today there was a game and people
days
started
ago,
walking up.
and it was
Oh,
fenced
okay.
out. Mhm.
Okay, sounds good.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I did want to respond to what you were saying. I think you're absolutely correct that CHP should get involved with that turn with the staff parking. If we can implore CHP that are concerned safety wise during carpool pickup and drop off to go out and essentially do a traffic study associated with our new traffic flow, they might be able to provide some insight as to the whole situation at the entrance as well as the traffic coming down Castroville. And they can provide that input and suggestions maybe to kind of come up with a better solution than what we've come up with, if that makes sense.
Clarification, mine was my comment was to address the high speeds while we're going out.
Right.
You don't need a study. It's the California State Coast is clear. When students are present, you don't even have to have a student outside of a school. If school's in session, that whole from sign to sign is 25, regardless of anything. So they could, we could press or ask repeatedly, show up and do traffic enforcement. And they usually respond very well. But it's the squeaky wheel gets oil, so.
And also, for clarification, I know we don't have control over what happens on the other side, but we do have control over where our students
Yes.
are exiting our
Yes.
school. And if students are gonna walk towards Morocojo, there is a path inside our school to get to that area. And students who are gonna walk to Castroville, there's no need for them to exit that way. So if we are able to control and say either you go that way or you go that way, that would control the crossing
Yes.
of the street, which is, I'm saying it's very dangerous. There's a lot of students are almost getting hit. And also it's dangerous for drivers who are trying to avoid the hitting a student from just going off the fields. And we've seen those accidents there. So I think that that's my clarification and my question, that it's not about controlling over there. We can ask for enforcement, but my control is we can control where students are exiting, because that's where the safety of our students matters. We must figure out if they're not being taken care of for whoever reason, we as a staff and as school should help them make the best judgment of where to cross and where to walk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, great dialogue, everybody. I think we're ready to move on, but we're gonna make some changes to the agenda. I'm gonna go ahead and move the CTE presentation because we have guests here for the CTE presentation, and then we'll do the transportation.
Dear board, thank you for making that adjustment. I appreciate it. Good evening. We are here today to talk about career technical education. We're immensely excited. We have our wonderful high school staff that's going to be helping us. Next slide, please. Go through understanding what we are currently doing at our school in regards to our career technical education program. We have some experts in the field that are here to let us know the direction from the state in regards to CTE education in the future, and to talk about how we want to align in that same direction. Next slide, please. And when we think about our mission and our vision, CTE is going to be yet another place, next slide, please, where we can really focus on preparing our students for college, career, and life, really putting it together. CTE is a huge part of this. All of you know our site administration really well, and I want to thank Marisa Martinez for being here, Dan Andrews for being here. And we also want to thank all of our CTE teachers who work hard to make the CTE program what it is. Without the CTE teachers, there is no program. And I'm going to briefly have our guests introduce they'll introduce themselves as they come up for the different components, but here they are. You can see where they're coming from to present to this. So next slide, please. We are actually going to start with our high school administrative team telling us about what currently is going on with our career technical education program.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Before we share the current status slides, we were asked to give a brief history of what's led us to where we are as a state, to the Vision 2030, and the changing standards for career technical education. I'll try and be brief. Prior to 2005, vocational education focused primarily on preparing students for entry-level jobs and occupations that did not require additional education or training beyond high school. The programs targeted students who were not planning to go to college and who struggled in rigorous academic classes. For much of this time, the U.S. economy provided sufficient low and medium skilled jobs with wages that would support a family. In 2005, both President George W. Bush and Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger focused educational reform around career and technical training. The title of Career Technical Education, or CTE, was adopted during that time, and funding sources started to be revised and expanded around the new vision for career technical education. California also established in that year a mandate for the state to create CTE model curriculum standards. Between 2009 and 2021, several new grants have been funded by the state to begin new CTE programs and then to maintain those programs. As we moved through time, those grants became connected to post-high school, college, and technical training, and to prepare students for higher wage level jobs, right? In 2013, just after the adoption of the California state standards, California revised the CTE model curriculum standards to include universal career ready standards, industry sector anchor standards, and more rigorous academic curriculum. That time and a little bit before, schools began to redesign their CTE courses so that they would become A through G eligible at the CSU and UC level as college preparatory classes. And that started the movement that CTE pathways should also be college pathways, not just career. North Monterey County High School receives the Perkins Grant, the CTE Incentive Grant, and the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant. We also just submitted and expect to receive a K-16 collaborative grant for $100,000 to improve and expand our engineering and mechatronics pathway. These grants also award schools specifically that have industry certifications, CTE student organizations, and that promote competitions and leadership. As we continue to apply annually for these grants, we are seeing the shift in the California CTE funding focus. To continue to receiving the funding, high school programs are increasingly required to use regional job sector data, which Rob Appel will share with us tonight. And our programs need to lead to household wages, also called family level wages. The jobs are increasingly require some type of college, university, or technical training beyond high school. And the grants are calling increasingly for the availability of A through G courses that are college prep courses in our CTE pathways, dual enrollment opportunities so that students can get early college credit, and to create clear, explicit pathways to higher education and into those job sectors. As we share our current CTE pathways tonight, we've included information around the certifications, the work-based experiences, and the competitions that our kids are participating in.
Beautiful. I have something to share. Okay. Good evening, everyone. If you could go to the next slide, I'm going to present a little bit, say something about each of our pathways. The first one, our auto pathway, is working with different businesses to establish partnerships and expand work-based learning for our students. The ongoing challenge is to maintain and update industry level equipment and training opportunities. Next slide, please. The K-16 grant should allow us to really solidify our partnership with industry, Prunedale and NMCUSD. Mechatronics applies to several different industry sectors as it trains students to work in the field using machines, automation, or robotics in the process. Next slide. The medical assisting is our pathway that will lead our students into health-related industries like nursing, emergency medical technicians, which offer patient care. And this is a sector that with high anticipated job growth. Next slide. Sports medicine is also related to the health industries.
There's no image on the streaming. Can people at home see it? Can people at home see the presentation? But we can't? Okay. That's okay. Okay, thank you.
Sports medicine is also related to the health industries. It focuses on prevention and treatment of sports injuries. Our students in this pathway assist our athletic trainer in our school athletic programs and events to provide services to our students. Next slide, please. This pathway has broad applications among all of the first responder agencies. Work-based learning is a little more difficult with our government agency partners like law enforcement and fire departments, but we have students who also participate in Explorer programs. When our students turn 18, they can use the experience and training from these courses to qualify for the Guard Card, which is a security guard certification in California. Next slide, please. Our food service and hospitality pathway wanted us to share that they compete in the Monterey Peninsula College Mystery Basket Challenge, and that they won this right here last year. This pathway is focused on both culinary skills and prepared students for the hospitality industry. So just so you know, this is a trophy that a plaque is placed on it for the school, and you keep it for the year, and then the winners from this year will receive it next year. So they pass it on. Next, welding. Welding and wood are technically separate pathways, but students who want to work with their hands and who are looking at construction and manufacturing will cross over to complete both programs. And the certifications earned in this pathway are industry standard certifications. And lastly, our last slide. Although we didn't have sufficient enrollment for this year to offer it, we have another capstone course for photography that is graphic arts and design. The skills learned in the photo classes prepare students for their broader industry skills in graphic design, video production, and multimedia communication. And that is the end of our part.
Good evening, Dr. Turkey and members of the board. Thank you for having us, and thank you, Dr. Garcia, for inviting us here this evening. My name is Bronwyn Moreno. I'm representing the Bay Area Community College Consortium. We are 28 community colleges in the greater San Francisco Bay Area, and we are one of 10 statewide one of 10 consortia throughout the state of California that were developed in order to manage strong workforce program dollars and provide technical assistance and support our alignment between K-12s and community college systems. Our mission is to ensure that our CTE programs are aligned with industry demand and ensure that every single one of our students has the opportunity to find high quality jobs with family sustaining wages. So today I'm going to be talking about the statewide initiative, which is our Vision 2030. And this is in its potential to uplift our families and communities through its intentional focus on career education and workforce development. So you may know that our California Community College system is the largest public education system in the United States. We also we have 116 community colleges, and we serve the most diverse student body of any higher education system. With that, we're open access institution. So with that comes amazing opportunity and also great responsibility to ensure that our every student who comes in, regardless of the historical barriers or their background, that being marginalized, that they have the opportunity to achieve a job with family sustaining wages. So we have an exciting new chancellor in our system who is extremely collaborative and equity focused. And she has stated that the California community colleges are the primary engine of social and economic mobility for our communities. And so this Vision 2030 really reflects that. So I'm excited to share about that with you this evening. Next slide, please. What I love about this plan is that it is unapologetically focused on social justice and racial equity for our students. It places students at the front, and the plan is focused on fixing our system rather than trying to fix a student, because our students come to us with talent, cultural and community wealth, and amazing potential. And so it's our responsibility as a system to make sure that our pathways are accessible and equitable so that they can achieve their goals. The other great thing that I love about the Vision 2030 is that it creates a tangible roadmap with actionable steps so that the colleges can follow to meet the vision. Next slide, please. So there's these three strategic directions of the plan, and what this reflects is a year of collaborative listening and planning sessions, engaging many different stakeholders. And you can see that each strategic direction is an equity lever. And I especially wanted to point out the strategic direction, the third strategic direction, which is generative artificial intelligence in the future of learning. That was something when I first saw that, it stood out to me. I was like, oh, it seemed really specific and different than the others. But the more I started learning about the importance of AI in our education systems, I understood why it's here. So AI holds great promise as a tool to eliminate equity gaps for our students. If we empower our students as AI users and also developers of AI tools, it has a tremendous potential to uplift families and communities. But it also, if we don't stay ahead and empower our students and our educators with AI, it could have the potential to exacerbate equity gaps by replicating biases and deepening the digital divide. So this is why this is a really critical strategic priority as AI is advancing faster than humans can even keep up. And then for each strategic direction, there are specific actions, and all of this can be found on the website. There's a lot more detailed information. So I encourage you all to do more research. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the Vision 2030 is really focused on students. And so you see that each of the goals is about students. So how we're going to measure our success is how well are our students doing. And so when we use the word equity, the understanding is that factors like race, ethnicity, age, primary language, disability, income, or immigration status should not be predictors of student outcomes. So we recognize as a system that there currently are equity gaps in our success, access, and support. And so this plan has identified specific objectives and metrics that we can follow in order to address those gaps and ensure equity. Next slide, please. These are the outcomes that I described that have been developed through extensive research and collaborative discussions with stakeholders across systems. Next slide, please. And along with the Vision 2030 comes increased accountability for our colleges. So our funding formula is a student-centered funding formula where we get funded based on the outcomes for disproportionately impacted student groups. And we also are being required to do vision aligned reporting. And this is going to ensure that all of the colleges are working towards the same goals seamlessly. And then along with Vision 2030, there's several other statewide and regional frameworks. And so this is a kind of a crosswalk comparison document that a team that I worked with and we developed this just to simplify it and to show that the plans are in fact all aligned. So we have our California Community College Vision 2030. We have our California State Plan for CTE, which is the California Department of Ed version, which is more focused on K-12. And we have our Governor's Master Plan, and then we have our Bay Area Community College Regional Consortium Plan. But you can see that there's one great, excellent alignment in terms of the goals and objectives for each of these plans. So thank you very much for your time. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rob, who's going to share more information about the state of our region.
Good evening, board, Dr. Turkey, North Monterey County staff, guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm Rob Appel, and I'm the Director of Mission Trails ROP, Joint Powers of Authority, or the JPA. The JPA is a consortium of 7 districts across Monterey County with high schools that have CT programs. And so that includes Carmel, and it includes Gonzales, NMCUSD, North Monterey County, thank you very much for your participation. Salinas Union High School District, Gonzales, and South Monterey County Joint Union High School District. So tonight I'm going to be addressing industry and job market forecasts. And I'm going to be providing a couple tools. There's a lot to talk about with data. And I'm going to scratch the surface a little bit. I really feel like it will just be that scratching the surface. I'm going to encourage you to, if you have questions about that, to ask them during the Q&A. Also know that I regularly collaborate with Dr. Turkey, with Dr. Garcia, and Mr. Andrus. And so those questions can be answered there as well. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I do want to highlight Mr. Andrus's comments and Ms. Moreno. They referenced wages and living wages. And I want to put, before I get into the tools, I want to put us squarely what I really feel our target is, and that is getting our students towards a living wage. And I was shocked when I saw these numbers. So if you look at this, this is a slide taken from the Economic Policy Institute, which is a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C., and they calculated that for an adequate, and this is their words, an adequate and modest wage for or income for a family of 4, look at that in Monterey County, $146,648. I had to read that twice. $146,648. So when I look at that, I think, okay, our challenge, right, as educators is to get our students to that point. And we all know that we, in this region, in Monterey County in general, we have some socioeconomic challenges, right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us to put these numbers front and center and realize these are our targets, right? Clearly, we want to point them to specific jobs and specific careers, but at the end of the day, we want those jobs and those careers to pay them a living and sustaining adequate wage, right? So what are those jobs? And that's what we're going to dive into. Before we do that, though, can we go to the next slide? Really, this goes without saying too. If you look at the blue bar chart, what this is pointing out is that as you move higher up in education, the more income you make. And we know this, right? We know this. We've seen these charts before. Conversely, if you look at that has the green bars, that one represents the same level of education going up from below high school to doctoral degree. And that is showing the propensity to be unemployed, right? And so that is going down, right? The more you have the more our students are educated, or the more people are educated, right? These statistics come from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Some other interesting things to point out here. And again, I'm grateful for your vision tonight here to involve our community college partners. We have the Bay Area Community College Consortium represented by Bronwyn, and then Belinda is here to represent Hartnell. So to really not just be thinking about this from a K-12 perspective, but to be thinking about it with our post-secondary partners, I think is very valuable. So well done. But I do want to point out a couple things in regards to jobs. Clearly, as our students or as people have more education, they get higher quality jobs, right? And by higher quality, what I mean is they have healthcare, they have retirement plans, they get paid vacation, right? That's what we want to point our students to. In addition to that, they have higher protection from recessions, right? We saw that during COVID-19. And also research shows they have better, if you have, the more education you get, the better your health outcomes, right? So we're saving lives here, folks. We really are. There's research that points to if you have more education, less chronic conditions like heart disease, anxiety, depression, and other conditions. Next slide, please. So next, I do want to head into some industry trends. I'm going to encourage you, if this is like picking an interest, to get these slides from Dr. Garcia, because there's links here, and you can see there's links for the source, but also those screenshots that you're seeing. And the screenshot I'm referring to is on the left. It's the table. That's going to drop you into some spreadsheets with some pivot tables to really dive more deeply into this data. Again, we're just scratching the surface tonight. This data set is from the 2023-2028 K-16 collaborative data set. It is looking at middle skill and above jobs. So that period, it's looking at jobs over the course of 5 years for that 5-year period ending in 2028. It is filtering out low skill jobs because we know those low skill jobs are not going to get our students to that $146,648 benchmark for a family of 4, right? And it's looking specifically at Monterey County. And so if you look at that on the left, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of the sectors. So on the left where it says CDE sector, so the state of California groups CTE into 15 different categories, and those are 15 sectors. Here, Ms. Martinez was referring, you have transportation programs, you have engineering, you have health, public services, hospitality, manufacturing, and arts and media and entertainment. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 7 of the 15. This is what this particular tool reveals in terms of jobs in those jobs related to those particular sectors in Monterey County. So if you look at business and finance for the 5-year period ending in 2028, there's approximately 2,500 jobs that will be available. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then for education, child development, and family services, again, middle skill and above jobs, the number is 2,052. For agricultural and natural resources, 1,531. Agriculture, we should pause on agriculture. That's the #1 economic driver in Monterey County. In fact, I would speculate that in business and finance, that those jobs that are in there are primarily probably for agriculture companies. So you could probably even bump agriculture up another rung. You look next at health science and medical technology, that's 1,367 jobs. And so there's tremendous opportunity in those areas. And I would also say in marketing, sales, and services, those are probably made up of ag jobs, a lot of agriculture jobs, and also hospitality, right? Next slide, please. Okay, so this gets a little bit more granular. And so this is also from the same root source, but another way of parsing the data. And so this particular slide, and again, we're just scratching the surface here, right? And so there's probably lots of questions you might have from this, lots of ways to look at this, and lots of ways to consider this. And again, this is just a snapshot, right? So this is a screen grab from a bigger data set, but what we're looking at here, instead of sectors, and you do see sectors, but what we're looking at, and what I want you to pay attention to, is the description, and the description are the jobs. So now instead of looking at focusing on sectors, we're focusing on specific jobs, right? And this particular table is specific to the sectors that you offer here at North Monterey County, right? And so what's interesting here is in a moment, we're going to look at the sector and we're going to see if we can see some trends here. But I also want to point out one more thing, and that is I used a filter to further refine the data. So we're looking at jobs that provide an individual a median wage of $30 or more. And the reason I did that was because there's another tool. We talked about the Economic Policy Institute in the first slide, but MIT has another living wage tool, and their tool for a single individual here for an hourly wage is $32 an hour, or 32 plus a little bit more. And so this has the $30 an hour benchmark. I couldn't slide it to 32, so we got to 30. And if you look at those jobs there, look at the sectors, right? And these are the sectors that you have here at North Monterey County, right? So there's health science at the very top, registered nurses, 214 average annual openings. You can see an 8% growth rate. And so I've been alerted to that anything over 5% is significant. And then you can see a lot of public services, you see hospitality and so on. And so I think this is instructive, right? When we think about where the gathering of work is in the particular sectors for these particular areas. And again, lots to dive in here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share this with you. Again, there's lots of opportunity. I think we'll have increased opportunity to discuss this. And I'm thankful for the vision that you have here in terms of including our community college partners, because it really is a community. It's not just us, right? It's mapping these pathways out for our students so we can get them to those livable wages that we so desire for them. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Belen from Hartnell. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Belen Gonzalez. I'm the director of the Hartnell College Career and Transfer Hub. I've been with Hartnell just over 19 years now and working in the CTE area for the last 7. Next slide, please. So I was asked to kind of just share a little bit about what it looks like with community college partnerships and high schools. And I think most of you know that by us working together, we can provide smoother transitions for our students. And when I talk about smoother transitions, I'm talking about curriculum alignment, dual enrollment, additional wraparound services that we can offer. All dual enrollment students are Hartnell students, so they get to access all of our services, whether it's tutoring, the library, any service that my office carries, and then also the additional support staff that we have too. Increased access and opportunity, like I mentioned, through dual enrollment, they're able to start doing a little bit of career exploration in the beginning. I'm a mother of college students right now too, and my daughter had the easiest senior year because she was able to start Hartnell with a full semester of classes already taken by just taking one class a semester while she was in high school, which allowed her to dabble in other areas and not lose time or go too far off her path and, even, struggle a little. She failed a math class, but it didn't affect her in the long run. She was able to bounce right back into it. Also improved support systems. I think when students get to see what's out there, they're a little bit more willing to see themselves in those spaces. Our students, I always say, our students aren't always sure where they want to go after when they're here in high school. And so being able to have these opportunities at the different colleges, us coming to them in their more like protected spaces here too, really opens those doors. And last but not least, workforce alignment and economic impact. By us aligning our programs, we make sure we know what industry is looking for. We're making sure we're preparing our students for those types of opportunities. And along with that, it helps us support our education and local industry needs, connect students with employers through our internship programs, and attracts funding through collaborative efforts. I know they mentioned the first portion about the different grants that are coming in through the high schools. Along with that, we've been able to acquire multiple grants. Right now, we have a $9.5 million grant through NextGen that supports our ag pathways. In addition to that, we have another USDA HSI grant that supports mechatronics. And we see the importance of being early in a student's kind of education or academic career. So both of those grants actually support high school internships. Like, we want to start now. We want to start pathways. We want students to experience what we have to offer. And in addition to that, we have written into our grant support for high school teachers too, to learn the curriculum, open up opportunity for dual enrollment, or even starting something as small as a club and having our students come on campus and interact with other high school students. So they kind of, I know a lot of information has been thrown out at you tonight, but as I go through these next few slides, I just kind of want you to think of two major factors. One, how our aligned pathways can enhance student success, and then also how our collaboration will also strengthen our communities. So, next slide. So at our CAT Hub, Career Hub, we have developed a lot of different opportunities for students. We have earn and learn pathways. As you see on the side of our pathways, we've highlighted some of our employer partners that are all local that our students have opportunity to intern with. This is just a really short list. We grabbed some random logos to throw on there, but we really align with the work-based learning continuum, where students have an opportunity to focus on awareness, exploration, and preparation. And originally, that was the only column where students didn't usually earn money in that sense. They were really looking for resume building and those types of effects. But this year, we actually employed our Career Academy, where we're actually paying students a stipend for coming in and working on their resume, their cover letter, practicing interviewing techniques, and our promise to work with them for summer internship placements also. So we're kind of making them career ready now so that they're ready to go in the spring and summer. Next aisle, we move into our internships. We have a lot of different modalities for internships. Micro internships has been a great opportunity because data shows that our student population takes into attempt internships opportunities at a way lower percentage than other populations of students. So we really want to meet students where they're at. We're trying to develop, we do micro internships that are about 25 hours. They do them along with faculty. And so they kind of have that safety net, because it could be the teacher that's teaching their class to them that they're now doing a micro internship, and we call them building blocks, kind of stepping stones for them to build up that pretty much advance into our other type of full-blown internship programs. Our internship usually runs about 320 hours, but we know a lot of our students work and they can't make that commitment. They can't leave. So we try to, once again, meet them where they are. And we've actually created smaller internships that are also still paid for them, that they're project-based out at different sites. Fellowships take into account our different student populations too, from undocumented, justice impacted, adult learners. And then just recently, we have our registered apprenticeships where students don't pay $1. I know with our Salinas Valley pathway programs too, right now our students get our 2 years of college for free. But in addition to this, students get support with books. They are an employee first, so they actually have employment from day one of taking classes. And right now we have an early childhood education pathway and an educational pathway, which kind of leads them up to paraprofessionals, and then hopefully a teacher pathway to help with our teacher shortage. Next slide, please. And I'm very much a visual learner, so I just included these few slides for you to kind of see the different types of opportunities we've aligned with different K-12 programs. This was just our STEAM summer program where students got to come on campus for the week. They were able, this was actually, I believe, like a 6-week session, and every week we tried to implement different pieces for them. They got to learn about our mechatronics program. Our instructor came and spoke to them. We did career preparation early, where they learned about the importance of resumes, cover letters, and then we think the peer-to-peer is very, very important. So having a student panel that came and talked to them also about their experiences in the programs and in internships. as well as partnering with our CSUMB neighbors. And we had them come and look at what it was going to be like to be part of a 4-year program. And then last but not least, closed it out with an employer panel where they got to meet people in the industry at that moment. Next slide, please. A lot of people have talked tonight about clear pathways, and we very much believe in that. So this is just an example of something we created when CSUMB was first launching their plant science program. And as you can see, we have it all mapped out for what their first 2 years are going to look like and what their second 2 years are going to look like. Second 2 years are going to look like when they transfer. But what I want you to notice is the tasks underneath. Even though we provide them with like the academic options, we know that that's not the only thing that they come to us for. They need additional wraparound services. So we put in tasks for them to like meet with a counselor. Remember, you got to do FAFSA again. By now, you should have probably tried to participate in a networking event or some form of career preparation. And we have that mapped out all for their 4 semesters with us. And I think everyone kind of really mentioned a little bit before too about how college education is one of the most important factors in economic mobility. And we really believe that where we're at. And our goal is just to really help students along the way. And I think, is that my last slide or is there one? That's it. I'm sorry. I always talk really fast. I'm always last. I got like always short in time.
And actually, we're gonna move to the next slide. I'll share next steps and then Q&A for everyone as you guys would like. So we want to build on the strong foundation that we have with the high school staff that's been working really hard along with our teachers. We already have a good foundation, but now we want to make sure that we go in deeper, that we have more articulation with the classes, that we have more work-based opportunities across the pathways that we decide that we're going to have, that we're driven through conversations and data with our partners, and not just like, oh, this is what Antonio thinks or what Ms. Martinez thinks, like really informed with data and also having the voice of our community to move forward. So the way we're going to do that, next slide, a way that we're going to do this is that we're going to be establishing an ad hoc CT advisory committee to meet before we get into finalizing our master schedule for next year. And in that committee, we want to have our partners that you see here tonight joining us back again. We want to have some actual business industry partners to be there as well. We want to invite representatives from our CTE department in our school. And we want to get people involved also from the middle school. So we're going to invite our middle school administration, Luisito Cielos, who was here earlier, our community schools coordinator, whose name I just butchered, but who presented earlier will be there, along with the community school coordinator for the high school. We will also have a couple of board members there with us as well to give direction, and it's really going to be advisory nature. So we're going to say, okay, let's go deeper into the courses that we have. Okay, let's look at Vision 2030. Let's see what our industry partners and community colleges are telling us, and where do we see opportunities to strengthen what we already have and build from there. The voice from our families is going to come vis-a-vis a survey that we're going to give, that we want to give to all middle school families and students and the high school students and families, so they can give some perspective, so that committee can look at data from our community. And our wonderful site administration is going to get together a student focus group supported by teachers identifying students who have been excellent in the CTEs, and then also random students by gender, by ethnicity, so that Dr. Turkey and I, along with others, can speak to them and ask them their perspective for what's working, maybe what is not, what could be done better, so that we're informed as we're making adjustments. We really want to make the best CTE program at minimum in the county right here, and it's going to begin tonight. So with that said, next slide, and really opening up for questions from all of our guest speakers come up front, our admin and our visitors. Those questions could be for anyone. Thank you for that information.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I'm going to go ahead and start from the audience. Is there anybody in the audience that would have some questions or statements? Sure, coming up.
I stepped out for part of the presentation, but I had glanced over the few slides I did see. There's no IT pathway. And the last admin I talked to said that she wanted to fly a position that was in the IT pathway. So I didn't see any reference of any of that in there. Is that just not a thing, or like, I mean, that's genuinely.
If I can respond to that, we have and have had in the past, a computer science, computer programming pathway that is becoming subsumed into the mechatronics, which is kind of the technology in a different direction than the computer programming. But we have had in the history, we have computer programming classes, computer science classes, but the funding and the grants are pushing us towards mechatronics.
Okay, that's awesome, but I don't mean the software side of it. I mean like the physical side of it, like networking and cybersecurity, which is mega right now. Like if we're not teaching that, that's really bad. But yeah, we'll always have room for programmers. AI might replace them, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, no, that's what I was looking forward to, because the specific pathway she was talking about was related to what I do for you guys. You know what I mean? It's related to hands-on, boots on the ground sort of IT, you know, and so that was teaching the A+, teaching the network plus, teaching the security plus, which are all like they call it the trifecta, which is everything you need in order to, you know, begin a career pathway in that thing. And they're all easy to learn. You don't need a college education. You don't need anything. You just need gumption, drive. You know, you need to be able to wake up in the morning and handle it. But there's something that the high school can provide easily, like easily. And like you know, any company would want to scoop you up. Geek Squad scoop me up. You know what I mean? Any company would want to scoop you up if you have all three. Look in some of the job postings for just having a security plus degree. They want security plus with networking, but I'm just saying I didn't see any of that in the presentation. So I'm just very surprised that it's not in there, because it's a field that needs to be nourished.
So I asked them actually to pull up this slide, Henry, because you see information communication technologies there. So it is actually one of the sectors. And one of the reasons that we're getting input from community is to think, okay, well, what direction do we need to go with our CTE pathways? So I just want to say none of this is a done deal. This is a start of a conversation with the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Okay, is there anyone on Zoom that has any questions or statements? We have Lupe, would you like to speak regarding the CTE pathway presentation? Does he have? Can you unmute? Why don't we open it up to the board and then we can get back to if they unmute or. I'm going to start with Angelo. Any questions?
No, just a statement. I graduated at Hartnell College. There's so many opportunities there. It's just, I've always tried to tell my students, especially with Measure H and Measure T, just totally transformed that school. Where when I transferred to CSUMB, I actually missed Hartnell based on availability of teachers. And then also with the internship program there, I got to work with Dr. Jeffrey Huey, and then I got published in a scientific journal doing DNA genome sequencing of spiny fish. And to have that opportunity at a community college just blows my mind, where there's a big gap in my education from high school to going to college. I was in my late 30s. DNA was Jurassic Park stuff that was never real. And then all of a sudden, Hartnell we're cloning. It was very mind blowing to me. And so, I mean, there's so many opportunities from Mission Trails ROP that I got to see my fellow students. And just what I got to experience at Hartnell is just such a beautiful program.
Hundreds of our students get published every single year, and that is super unique
still
for a
doing that?
community college. Yes, we still
Yeah.
do a genomics program every single semester.
That's cool. Open it up to any of the board members.
I was gonna say the same thing. I actually have a student. My daughter goes to Hartnell and has told me about all the amazing opportunities. I have one that went straight to a 4-year, and one that said, no, I'm gonna stay in the community and I want to just spend time. And she always comes back telling me all the opportunities, the resources, also doing an internship in the career that she's wanting, and goes and tells me all about it and how she's so excited that not only she's learning the theory, but also learning the actual practice. And I really wanted to say that out loud, that our students are taking more advantage of college. and also the opportunities that you all been looking for those students. I would like to see for all the college or the CET programs that we have, I would like to see what A through G courses they're meeting with taking those classes, because I'm super glad to see that that's like going to be something that it's going to be kind of required for those courses. Because for me, I believe in education. Yes, career technical programs are great, but you put a slide up there that talked about how much you get paid and how much unemployment based on your education. And I believe each one of our students should be on the top of that bar where they have their doctor's degree, they have a higher education, because that gives them opportunities, especially because there's been messaging for our community and for our students who believe that sometimes school's not for me. That's the message, but it's not necessary that it's not for them. Is that we're not setting up the environment for them to actually wanting to attend school or wanting to attend college or wanting to attend a university and wanting to go further. And so I'm glad that you are able to bring that light, because sometimes that message is given to certain populations and certain students. And I want all of our students to know that no, college is actually can be for everyone and education can be for everyone. We just need to set environment and support system for actually to get to that point. One recommendation is I would love to see more improvement on access to services early on when they're taking dual enrollment classes for students with disabilities, to be able to like get that access and get that process going while they're in high school. So once they transfer to college and they graduate and they're transferring, they already are understanding how to navigate that space, because that space is probably for many of them are going to be navigating it by themselves, not with the support of other adults like in this system. So starting early on so they can advocate early on and advocate for the services that they need would be great. I think that that's my only recommendation, that I would love to see more early access to those resources for students with disabilities, so they can then have those access, those services immediately once they transfer to college. But this was just mind blowing to me. Thank you. I look forward for the advisory. I would also suggest that you invite students who did not take any CET classes, so you can ask them why. And so you can ask them also what maybe they had barriers, or maybe they had a different notion of how it worked. And I think it would be great to hear those voices as well, to also improve our program.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just be quick because I know we're already at 9, but I want to say thank you. It was a very informative presentation. I think we recognize that our CTE program pathways need improvement, and how better to align them to, Vision 2030. And really, I love the focus on family sustaining wages, because it's expensive where we live and people have to have a good quality of life. Education is always the ultimate goal, but ultimately you have to make a wage that you can sustain to be in our community and be part of this community. I also hope that we get as much input as possible, because while information and communication technologies maybe for our county aren't a top job, we're right next to Silicon Valley, so it's a top job in an area that people are willing to commute to. But thank you for your work. I think the collaboration is amazing, and that's how we're going to get our students and our community, how we're going to lift it up and be ready for the next generation, the problems that or the opportunities that face us as a community. So thank you.
Thank you. Rick, did you have any questions?
Thank you so much for everything, and it's beautiful to see what's might happen for our future, for the kids. And yeah, thank you so much for everything.
So I'm gonna just table this, but because I want us to be able to hurry up this meeting today. I have not forgotten about Cadet Board. I have a lot of follow-up questions about that. We can table it to later just so we can send everybody home, but
Okay.
I did Cadet Board's I want to make sure Cadet Board's important to me, and also realignment of the public service A through G. Right. Making it A through G.
Let's connect. I have some new research on Cadet Corps for you.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say thank you to everybody, especially for our partners for coming. So Rob, Berlin, Bronwyn, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. The data was great. Okay, we're gonna move over to the Transportation Department.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey. So I've been granted the privilege of just providing a quick update on our transportation department team for our school district. We can move on to the next slide. So quick topics about our department, the routes that we conduct on a daily basis, and highlights between our training, professional development, and our upcoming electric buses. Next slide, please. So in our transportation department, our team consists of our dispatch office, which is Leslie Rivera. Many years of experience in her field in that department to be able to provide this support of routing and dispatch. Within our mechanic shop, our team consists of three: our lead, Richard Madrano, journey level mechanic, Albert Serrano, and our vehicle maintenance mechanic, Jose Gomez. And we have 19 of our amazing certified school bus drivers that conduct the routes on a daily basis, and at times, more recently than not, been having to do double the amount of work to be able to transport our students to school and get them there in a timely, safe fashion. We have a total of 31 buses in our fleet. That consists of 23 big buses, 6 minibuses, and 2 minibuses that are very old and out of service, but still hold a spot in our fleet inside FMont. Next slide, please. So the routes that we conduct, there are 14 big bus routes that are transporting our students around our district. 5 of those routes are sped routes and minibuses, and 5 of those routes also are operated by our district vans that also provide services for sped, McKinney-Vento, homeless, foster youth, and some hard to reach places for the big bus or minibuses to actually access. The amount of students that we serve are a minimum or approximately 1,350 students. So we get close to about 1,900, 2,000 students on a daily basis that we transport to school, which from all grade levels, TK, kinder, all the way up to those seniors in high school. So there's quite a bit of is to be done as far as transporting our students to school. Next slide, please. So as far as training and development, it happens as much as we can. We do have a lot of web-based information to be able to provide continuous training through one of our vendors, Video Communications. Has a wide variety of topics from pre-trip inspections of the vehicles to safety awareness and providing transportation for special needs, as well as how to improve ourselves in daily defensive driving techniques. Keenan is such a great source as well, has a limited amount of training modules that are specific for transportation, but also another wide variety of topics. We do conduct in-services occasionally to be able to provide various topics that I teach myself, or have other participants come from different districts to be able to provide training and other insight that maybe I can't think of in order to help our drivers to become better. As far as our electric buses, we don't have, but we're looking to 6 brand new school buses. I'm happy to announce that our voucher or the program this project that started a year ago in September, we have our destination. It's within 100 feet, and our destination is coming up on the right-hand side. So we have 6 vouchers that have been set up and ready to be received in order to move forward with the purchase of these 6 electric buses. Without those vouchers, we are looking at approximately, well, $2.7 million. And it's a good thing we don't have to pay for all that. So the voucher program with HVIP, California HVIP grant provides $370,000 for each of the buses. And with that, per bus, we're looking at $92,856.70. So with the HVIP program not having to cover the total expense of 2.7 million, it reduces it down to 2.2 million, which district contribution comes down to $557,140.20. Fortunately, we were able to carry over some funds from last year that we had set aside in the general fund to be able to provide $156,100 towards the usage of the electric chargers. Another fortunate part about that, as you can see at the bottom of that slide, is the charging stations are free. Well, not free totally, but as far as district contribution, $0. So we ended up using or putting those funds aside, 156,100, to be able to utilize those funds towards what the district's contribution is for the electric buses, as well as what was talked about in a previous board meeting in the COVID ESSER funds, which we originally had planned to use the $369,000 to put towards 3 brand new wheelchair minibuses. What we are looking at is, instead of utilizing those monies for those wheelchair buses, which we're getting by with what we have and are still able to use the minibus or the sped buses that we utilize, is to use those monies, those ESSER COVID funds, to apply to the 557,000, which brings the cost significantly down as far as district contribution of $33,000. So there's a lot of monies that the grants, all these grants, and then many other grants that were able to come out as of last year and this year to be able to utilize towards 6 electric buses, which would exchange out 6 of our 20-year-old diesel powered buses that provide so much smog and just pollutants in the air, to be able to have and drive clean electric buses, just to be able to help contribute to having a cleaner, newer vehicle for our students that they can ride and not having to breathe in such toxic fumes. Next slide. Any questions?
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. It was great. I'm going to first open it up to the public to see if there's any questions from the public, or questions, comments, statements. If not, I'll open it over to Zoom, and seeing that there's none. Angelo, you have any questions?
You're laughing at me.
Yes, because now I'm more than everyone else.
I feel.
I'm just, go ahead, Angelo.
I was gonna say thank you for the presentation and always being reliable and answering district telephones.
Oh,
So thank you.
You're welcome.
I just really glad to see this. I know that we've been talking about it for a while. You know, it's going to save a lot of money on gas too, obviously.
Yes.
Diesel gas and everything else that goes along with it. So I'm really excited about it, and the savings and the way you drew it out. I know the ESSER funds was allotted for that. But the money was also for the special ed buses, and you're saying we're not going to do that anymore. To how?
So it was in addition to our fleet, to be able to provide 2 extra buses. We lost a vehicle in an unfortunate accident. No one was hurt. That was as of April of this year. And with that accident, we actually use insurance funds for that vehicle to be able to purchase 2 used wheelchair buses. So when we were trying to figure out as to these funds being provided and the opportunity to use them, my first thought was minibuses. There are two older minibuses that we have, and they are still in good working condition, just as our big buses, but they are aging. So to be able to have cleaner vehicles, newer, accessible, more up to date, I said, let's try to utilize these. At the same time, as we were looking towards the electric buses and try to utilize the funds that were available, that's where it's like, okay, well, yes, it'd be a good, nice addition to have 3 newer vehicles to be able to add to our fleet and then apply for grants later to be able to replace our older 2 minibuses with newer EV vehicles, which are out there as far as the same type, make and model. I thought, why not put these monies towards that when knowing there are upcoming grants that can also provide same funds or free funds, so to speak, to be able to replace our 2 older minibuses and get newer EV vehicles.
Just want to understand the plan there. So thank
Yeah,
you.
so I mean, it's like, it was just, we were, hey, these funds are available and we got to take advantage of them. What can we do? I'm like, buses.
Any other questions from the board? No, thank you.
I have one. Thank you, Hector, for your presentation. I just had a question. How are you doing with staffing? I mean, at the beginning of the school year, I got a couple of different cancellation of
Yes.
bus routes. I haven't seen those, so I just wanted to check in with you. How do you feel you're doing with staffing? Are you up to the staff levels that you needed to be? Do you foresee any issues with December and January that we can be proactive about?
Right, and it always seems like towards the Christmas break and even before Thanksgiving, like everyone is getting tired, including myself. There were unfortunately a lot of cancellations in the beginning of the school year, which my team at the time was able to brainstorm and consolidate even more than what we already have, bringing 17 big bus routes down to 14. And even utilizing sub school bus drivers almost on a daily basis and sub van drivers to be able to have to not cancel routes. So including myself being out there. So waking up at 4 and being at the office at 5:30 and trying to figure out, can I piece these all together for everybody to be able to do while I'm in the office, or do I pull a mechanic to help cover the phones while I'm out driving a route as well? So we've been fortunate enough in the past couple months where we have not had to cancel routes. The downside about it is the work that the drivers are doing is also having to help to alleviate some of those drivers that call out sick or, that have personal reasons that they're out in order to get the students to school. So they have been arriving late. It's not the greatest thing, and it, cuts the breakfast time very short, but they're at school. And as long as we can get them to school, it gives me time to try to figure out how we can get them home as well.
So do you need alternate drivers? Do you need a floater? What would help to alleviate what I hear you're going through?
Yeah, so floaters have always been those glorified subs with benefits to be able to have either on call there at the yard, to be able to provide or to be on an established route if someone were to be out. I do have a school bus applicant that applied, and we have interviews on Tuesday. So that'll be a great addition to be able to, hopefully everything works out and he's on board with everything. So and I reach out, and even with our community, it's like, hey, if anybody, knows anybody, or, even Salinas Union High School or Salinas City is like, hey, come work over here. It's okay. Just, I hate to steal people, but, just trying to reach out to others and
Network, yeah.
Yeah, just networking, and hey, we'll provide training, be able to get you to the process as best and quickly as possible.
Okay, I just want to reiterate, we know people are going to be sick. We know people are going to
Yes.
have personal commitments. So for you to get that buffer.
Oh, yeah. It takes a lot of creativity in the morning and in the afternoons to be able to piece out routes and get everything going.
thank
I
you
was
for your
driving this
efforts.
afternoon myself And it's like, no, no problem. And I get a lot of like, how do you know all these routes? Like, it's a great job. I gotta
Thank
make
you,
sure I know
Hector.
exactly where everybody needs to go.
Thanks for your effort for the district and getting students to school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hector.
Yeah, if I can echo as well, Hector, thank you so much for your work. It's super important getting kids to school each day, getting them home each day. So thank you to you and the team.
Right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well.
Yes, and thanks for staying here.
know.
After getting up at 4 a.m. Yes, thank you.
So the next item is the Classified School Employees Association. Do we have anybody here to give a report out on CFPA? Okay, seeing that there's none. How about the Federation, Teachers Federation?
Kelly.
Good evening. I have 4 or 5 things to report on if I did. And one of them was read the Connect newsletter. I don't know if you guys read that as well. And it was sent out to every district. There was great news about our parents and teachers. And you may not have heard this, but the other great news is they're now members of our union. Not so great news is though, they're not currently enjoying the CBA that we have because we haven't, even though we were done negotiating it 2 weeks ago, it hasn't been brought forward to the board. So let's get that on the next board agenda and get it approved immediately and get those guys officially in the union because by PERB, Public Employees Relations Board, they were in union last November. And the preschool teachers have been very patient because they understood the turnover in district staff. They understood that. Very patient. And they're much more patient than I am. But a year later, and still not part of our CBA, with the agreement done and just waiting for your approval, the patience is wearing thin. And nobody works harder for less money in this district than those preschool teachers do. And I can say that. And I would say that even if I didn't have to wait 3 hours for the room to clean up to come up and give this report to you. I could say that with anybody in the room. And they deserve it right now. Those CBAs. This has been a long time coming. They're in the union. They're in the union from every perspective. We've done all the hard work. Curtis Wilson and Christina Torres sat down and we worked very hard to finish hashing out the addendum to the preschool because not all parts of our CBA apply to preschool teachers. They have a longer day, so on and so forth. It's done. It's sitting there. It's waiting for your approval. We need to get it approved. They need that. Next board meeting. Also, and that was, I'm Curtis, that was a lot of hard work. We met a lot all over the district and it's separate from the other negotiating process. You know, he was in both of those negotiating process. There was one team for that because of unit modification and a totally different team for that totally different negotiations that is still ongoing. We'll be going to mediation for on the 21st. One is done. So it's time to bring them officially in. They deserve it. I'm sure you know those people and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Also, we have had a lot of success with our sites this year with hiring people from within the district into administrative positions. That's something we put a hold on for about 15 years. Now we seem to be doing that again. And with the positions that are coming opening, including IT position, I assume, I would hope we would do that again. We need to hire more from within the district, our capable candidates. That's what keeps people here the longest. That's who know the ins and outs of the district the most. Whenever we have capable internal candidates, that's who we need to hire. Now, I know we have to go through the entire process. I completely understand that. But there's nobody who does those jobs better than the people. I know the culture of the district, know the community, know the ins and outs, and know everybody. So I hope that at least is on the back of our minds as we're going through those hiring processes for the open positions. Also, and I hate to admit this, but I don't know what else to do about this. And I know maybe you've had some experience with this in the past, is I had a teacher come to me saying that he's thinking about quitting the district because we can't get a handle on the use of racial slurs at the high school. And it's the N-word in particular. And not all racial slurs are created equal. Anybody who said that word in the school board meeting right now would not work in this district anymore. Even if they were saying it to just illustrate what was said around that teacher almost every day. And it is absolutely pervasive and everywhere in our district. And you can talk to any student who goes to our high school and ask them how many times a day that they hear that word being thrown around, and they will tell you dozens. And it is a completely unsafe environment. And it has nothing to do with the way that other teachers and students look. It's just not, all right, I can't believe we don't have a policy. And we had one of the teachers send someone that was treated as a minor. Now, is that treated as if you don't know, like the minor in synergy, I guess rated as tier 1? It's not tier 1. That's like, we need an explicit policy right away. I can't even believe in 2024 we're having this conversation. That word cannot exist in the open air with minimal consequences in any public school, in any public forum whatsoever. It's on its own tier. It's on its own tier. There's no other word that you can't even say the word in public. But that's where we're at in North County. And I've been asking, and then Ms. Chicken had a great conversation about this yesterday. And I've been asking for weeks in emails to staff. And I know they have the concept of a plan together for what to do. But that's not fast enough. Like, that's not fast enough. It needs to happen now. Like, there needs to be a timeline in place, and it's got to happen now. It's been a long time coming. I'm talking about this for years at high school. And it's so complicated. It's such a complicated issue. It doesn't mean we shouldn't address it. It doesn't mean, regardless of the complications, it's got no place for anybody to say the public school. Period. Doesn't matter who you are. Period. The last thing, I know we already talked about this at length, but I just want to suss these two things out. CHP has a lot of time on their hands in North County. They have plenty of time to go put tickets on cars in front of Elkhorn, as they should. It's a total traffic hazard. That issue of people parking across the street should have zero to do with our traffic flow pattern, because that is not the issue. The issue is people are violating safety traffic laws by parking on that side of the street and then having their kids jaywalk. That should be addressed right now. But that should have zero impact on how we address where people come and go to high school. We can't make plans on people's illegal behavior that we just assume is going to continue happening. Well, we can nip it in the bud just like that. I call CHP and tell them that kids running across Castroville Boulevard after school because their parents are parking across the street. 2 days of having cops, of having CHP there, discouraging that behavior, I'll bet will have a big impact. And I refuse to believe, after 22 years of turning left out of the high school, that there has to be a traffic jam. Just everything I know. Again, you guys heard me say this before, like, I refuse to believe every school is like that. Every teacher has turned left out of that parking lot for decades. With no, it doesn't have to be traffic jam in the back of the school, with minimal effect on public safety, zero accidents. And I think that traffic, and you will, we have our site meeting at the high school again next week. We'll be sure to have this on the agenda. But again, I just really want to encourage all of you. I know that parents come in and you may know what pickup looks like from a parent's perspective. But again, I encourage you to park in that lot, start in any classroom, walk out that lot at 3:30, and then try to get out. And then let's come back and have a conversation about traffic flow and student safety again before we make that decision. Just try it once. See. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to go over to board reports. Who would like to go first? Do you have anything?
No,
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pass as it's late. So anybody?
I just want to say that I was invited to the Nest festival at Prunedale. Arturo, one of the coordinators, invited me. They did such a great job, and they all dressed as the emojis, the anger and all those different emotions. And it was really cool to see everything that they were doing, and I really appreciated that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just that upcoming the sports in the district of finishing up the fall seasons. They're doing great. Cross country did well in the league, and I think they still go to CCS. And football is guaranteed a co-championship for the first time in 21 years, and if they win, they have it outright. And volleyball was over a while ago. It was great. And flag football, inaugural season ever. They did awesome. They did great. It's a more condensed league where everyone plays pretty much all the hard schools too, but we did well against them too. And that's it.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to move over to superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start by just talking a little bit about the election. And Martha, I wanted to congratulate you on winning your seat in a competitive race. So congratulations, another 4 years on the board.
There we go. You're stuck with me.
That's right. That's right. And also congratulations to Sandra and Angelo while you ran unopposed, another 4 years on the board as well. So that's wonderful. Thank you. I also just want to acknowledge that this is a time of significant change in the country and uncertainty. And I just want to affirm our commitment to all students and providing a supportive environment for all of our students, all of our community, all of our families, regardless of their background, immigration status, documentation status. All of our kids are our kids and belong here in North County. And I want to affirm our commitment to all students. Regardless of our political affiliations, all of us are here to support students, and our students are here to learn. So I just wanted to get out in front of things and just make sure that we have that commitment to our students. And if you could go to the next slide for me, please. Okay, so there was an All In for Equity conference last week. I think it was last Saturday. So a few people went there to represent North County. And we've been doing some work with Monterey County Office of Education around chronic absenteeism for the past 2 years. And you'll see on the graph there are 4 school districts who participated, ourselves, Alisal, Salinas City, and Soledad, with the second ones there. So back in 21-22, we had a chronic absenteeism rate of 42.3%. So that's 42.3% of our students were absent 10% or more days within that school year. The next year, we dropped it down to 28.5%, and the unofficial figures for last year are 22%. So it continues to drop. This is moving in the right direction, but also acknowledging that 22% of students being chronically absent is way too much. So we still have work to do, but just want to acknowledge the good work which folks are doing there on chronic absenteeism. Next slide, please. We've been going through some tier 1 trainings today with our teams. And yes, that is me with a potato head. We've been using those potato heads to actually go through an exercise of practicing what improvement cycles are like. Okay, so folks in their teams essentially attempt to build a potato head in a very specific manner in under 10 seconds with an accuracy score of 4. And in this, they learn about how to improve and what an improvement cycle is like, and then draw parallels to how teacher teams can work together as well. So that's it's been a lot of fun, and the feedback we've gotten so far has been pretty good. Cassie was actually there building potato heads today as well. Next slide, please. There was a community resource festival which we went to on Sunday, which was wonderful. Lots of really good resources for people. Lots of fun, lots of things. Yeah, this is it's an interesting photograph over there. But yeah, good food for people. Okay, which was donated by local farmers, up to $2,000 worth of food. Really great resources. It was a really good time. So enjoyed by all. Next slide, please. A few Halloween photographs across the district over there. So yeah, if you look, you might see a few people that you recognize here and there, and in all, of course, all of our different schools. And next slide, please. We also had Day of the Dead celebration with Recuérdame, which is Remember Me. And you can see the good photos there and the good things which have been happening. And that's here at the high school. Next slide, please. And there was also the Prunedale Elementary Fall Festival, which happened. I believe, Brick, did you go to that?
I went to it with request. And
Recuerda.
then I had plans to go to fall. It was my first one missing in forever.
Okay.
Yeah. My
Okay.
family went though.
It looks super fun for sure. And next slide, please. Okay, so we're opening this evening a communications survey. Okay, this is going out to all of our community and asking questions on things like how would you like to get communications? What is your input around different things? And we're also asking around board meetings for next year. Our board meetings are currently on Thursdays. Okay, and we would like your input. Should they continue on Thursdays? Would you prefer them on Wednesdays? Would you prefer them on Tuesdays? So if you have an opinion, please go here to the communication survey. It's open until the end of the month. And we'll be looking at that data in our December organizational session as we make the decisions about how we're going to move forward with our board meetings for the next year. And next slide, please, if there is one. Okay, there is. The Castroville Preschool Open House. We are opening this Friday. This is not the ribbon cutting, by the way. It's like a soft opening, but we want to make sure we can get our families in to actually take a look at the new Castroville Preschool as soon as possible. It's happening this Friday. So tomorrow, in fact. Tomorrow, exactly. And next slide, please. We also have some upcoming town halls specifically on our budget. So the first one, which is happening on Tuesday in Castroville, at Castroville Elementary between 5:30 and 7:30. There will be translation, there will be food, there will be childcare. And we also have one happening at Prunedale Elementary the very next day. Same thing with food, childcare, and translation. So please come and engage in conversation about the district's budget. And I believe that's it for the superintendent's report. Thank you so much.
All right, great info. Thank you so much. Okay, we are now ready for public comment on non-agenda matters. I do have someone here who's patiently been waiting for this item on the agenda. I'm so sorry. Please come on up, Ted.
Good, thank you.
Been a long night.
Absolutely. It was like 6.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm out.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Ted Black. I am not only a parent of students that go to your elementary, your middle school, and your high school, but I am also a professional. I am a supervisor for the city of Seaside. I supervise youth violence prevention and youth education. I have been supervising, I'm actually working with at-risk youth for over 31 years. So I have a lot of experience with it. I've heard a lot of presentations tonight, and I am really happy to see the things that are going on in North Monterey County. You know, I come from the Seaside area, grew up in Seaside, but all my kids, and I should say my grandkids, my kids are grown, but my grandkids, I'm currently raising, and I live in Prunedale, and I have been in Prunedale for the last 15 years. So all my kids have went to this school. Went to your schools out here in the area. And what I've passed out to you, this is the program that I currently run right now. It's the Seaside Youth Resource Center. And what we are is a resource center. We work with youth violence. So I heard the teacher, he was talking about the N-word. We get a lot of that. That is something that we don't tolerate. It's a zero tolerance on that. I'm an African-American man. I don't like to hear that word thrown around as if though it had no meaning to it, right? It's very disrespectful. I have children in the schools and when they come home and they tell me they're hearing this word, it's a concern. You know, you're in an environment where you're pretty much outnumbered, but you're hearing this word, you know, and so I educate them. I let them know that, you know, social media is the guide, you know, and a lot of kids are on social media. They hear this is a norm for social media. And so they adopt these behaviors, not saying they're good behaviors or bad behaviors, but that mentorship, that's where it's needed, that education in that department, right? I've heard a lot of the things that the middle school said they were doing, the high schools that they were doing, you know, but I didn't hear about the support that's on campus. These are community schools now. This is different from how it used to be. This is where the community comes in and they provide services that are going to nurture our kids. Now, the education part the schools have, but this youth violence prevention part, I feel like they're missing that link. Okay, and I do my homework with the schools to find out exactly what is on campuses. I've talked to Dr. Turk for I worked with Antonio last year, a couple of years. He was over at the NMCUSD. Very neat guy, you know. Always there, always ready to move forward if there's an issue. But very heavily on the campuses, making sure that these kids are actually getting that level playing field that you guys all talked about, you know, getting these kids to that next level. We got a group of kids that, you know, they might not have that functional process at home to where they come home and they get that nourishment to think about the higher learning part to go to college or even stay focused in school. They don't have the foundation for it. So what they do is they come to school and they act out because there's really no guidance. And that's where we step in, where we have in our program, there's the referrals in there. And what the schools do, what PD do, we have a diversion program, we have a youth employment program. We hire kids at 15 to 18 years old. With the diversion program, PD, if your kids, if you know, kids are gonna be kids and they're gonna do what kids do. And they force to break the law for some kind of reason, and we feel like we can turn that around and we can make that negative a positive, and that's what we do. We give these kids the opportunity to learn from what they're going through. We take that setback, we don't make it be a stay back, we make them move forward. You know, we take that experience that they just had and we have, hopefully they would educate their friends on what they went through and what we got them out of, because they didn't have to go to the court. They didn't have to talk to a district attorney. They just had to come and talk to me. And we put them in rigorous programs that are going to help those challenges that they have so that they can move to the next level, and that they don't have to worry about those obstacles in their lives. There's so many children that we have touched their lives, and our program has been so successful. I opened the doors to the program in 2015. We were averaging 4 homicides in our city a year, at least 4. And since the program has been operating, we have not had 1 homicide, and that's 10 years ago. So that speaks volumes for Seaside at that, you know, because Seaside has always been an active city. And so me growing up in Seaside, I know how active it's been, you know, but I'm here to just offer my services to your schools, you know, as a mentor, you know, as a parent, you know, who could come up and actually work with young men, young women, you know, preferably young men, but I do counsel young women as well. But And there's protocols that we follow, such as, parental permission slips, to talk to mentor their child. Some parents don't want their kids mentored too. Why? I don't know, but I mean, I've ran into that where, nah, we got it at home. They're okay, and pretty much the kids is dictating the path that they're walking down, and the parents is just sponsorship, and then we see that, and not to take anything away from any parent or anything like that, but a lot of kids dictate their own path, and parents is just sponsorship, and they just there as a provider, and so, I just want to be here, and I've talked to Turk, I've talked to several people about, coming on campus and supporting as a community leader, two, as a parent, being able to come into the schools and to be like on a Tuesday or something like that, you got about 5 or 6 at-risk kids. They vaping or doing whatever they doing on campus. They gang banging, clicking, whatever they doing. We work with that. There's no kid that's too bad, or there's no kid that's beyond support. And so sometimes those kids that are straddling the fence, who are barely understanding what life is about, and they're adopting the wrong crowd, that's where the intervention needs to take place. And it needs to take place like right away, because if they're recruited, then now they're a wannabe. The most dangerous child there is in the world is a wannabe, because a wannabe will blow your head off just to be somebody. And so and we take that very seriously, because we've seen it. We've seen how wannabes will go to the next level to be recognized.
Ted, I want to thank you so much for coming. Typically, it's 3 minutes, but I let you go way over because we really wanted to hear what you had to say. So
I appreciate that.
you coming and sharing this information, and we'll definitely, be able to have a dialogue on this resource.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
just, I'm available, so,
Perfect.
yeah, and I left my business cards in each one of those.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much for coming. I really appreciate it. And
Thanks,
for your
Ted.
patience. All right. So now I have, can I have a motion to adopt the consent?
Yeah, that's just gonna be-
Oh, is there somebody, no more? Oh, is there any public comment on Zoom? None. See that they're none. Thank you. All right, now I need adoption for the consent.
Motion to adopt.
Okay, Angela motioned,
Second.
Rick second, all in favor?
Aye.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so next is discussion. We have an item to approve. So this was discussed on closed session, but we need to make a motion to approve the expulsion stipulation for case number 2024-F1. So I would like to move to approve the expulsion.
Second.
Angela's a second. Is all in favor?
I abstain.
Abstain? We have one abstain?
Aye.
Aye, and one abstain. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. All right. Next one is to receive the annual Williams Board Report for 2024-2025.
I'm learning as a cabinet member that there's a lot of Williams reports throughout the year. So this is the one that's required where the county comes to actually inspect our schools. We had 4 schools inspected several weeks back, and we got the report about a week ago. So the results came back in terms of facilities. All 4 sites were considered good. It's a level below the level of exemplar. We know we have work to do, but that's the way they were rated. We were noted as sufficient with our instructional materials. They confirmed that we had our SARC data reports for all our school sites. They checked in with HR for our teacher assignments. You heard the great news already from Mr. Rimmer, for example, at the middle school, people being credentialed appropriately. So they look at that sort of report to make sure we're doing okay there. And they also looked for any UCP complaints, which we had none as last reported. So I am here submitting that report to you that is in the agenda packet for your review and approval.
All right, It says it's just received the annual Williams report, so we don't have to make,
Oh, okay.
Or
are we
Receive,
supposed to
that is
approve
what
it?
It says, you're right, it just says receive it. I don't know why it's a discussion.
I
No,
asked,
we're just gonna.
I ask that you kindly just receive it and see if
Okay,
you
well,
have any
we're-
any clarifying questions that you might
Report
have.
out.
Okay.
Any questions from the audience? On Zoom? Board?
I do have a question. I've been getting a lot of complaints about cleaning the classrooms and the classrooms not being cleaned and that staff feels that's like not safe. And that it's not a learning environment for students. Is there something being done?
There is, and we have work to do, and we're aware of those concerns that you're bringing up, and it is some work that we need to do. Our facilities team, along with my partner, Dr. Santa Cruz, is aware of those pieces, and we're working towards them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You okay?
Yeah. Remember I got one in the morning, like.
Oh, no.
Light crown?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I
No
remember.
fun. Okay, so then any other questions? Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
thank you so much.
Thank you.
We received your report.
Yes.
Next one is to approve the MOU between North Monterey County and First Team Monterey County.
Good evening, President Chavarria, Superintendent Turkey, members of the board and community. I'm Carol Ortiz. I'm Director of Expanded Learning here in North Monterey County. I'm pleased to put forth this proposal to partner with First Team Monterey County to provide services to our after-school students at the middle school. We worked with First T briefly during the summer. They did a short kind of volunteer program during our summer school program, and the students just were overjoyed with it. I personally am not a golf fan, but the kids loved it. So I'm very, very excited to be able to bring it and expand it to our and offer more days, as well as during our spring break program. They'll be providing services to our middle school students. We are looking forward to having the strand, middle school to high school strand, as our students get ready for the high school golf classes and teams that they have here. So this proposal is going forward for your review.
Okay, first I'll see if there's any questions or statements from the audience. Seeing that there's none, how about on Zoom? Okay, board, do you guys have any questions regarding the First Tee?
Yeah, I didn't go over exactly how long was it for?
Oh, it's going to be all school year.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. That's
Great
awesome. That's it.
I'm excited to see this, to be able to offer to all the students. So
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we need a motion to approve.
I motion to approve.
All right, Rick motions,
Second.
Angelo second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next one is the MOU between our district and the NCOE Media Center for Art Education and Technology for STEAM Enrichment Education.
Mhm. So during the summer, we partnered with the Monterey County Office of Education Fab Lab to offer robotics at our middle school program. It was our first official partnership with the Fab Lab there at the Monterey County Office of Education. We were then contacted by Principal Jacob Guile from Echo Valley regarding offering the STEAM Club there at Echo Valley. They previously had offered STEAM Club at Echo Valley School. And so we met with them. Our Prunedale Elementary after-school coordinator, Mr. Arturo Castillo, had actually asked about expanding after-school programs to some hands-on STEAM activities for the students who are a little more antsy and need that kind of tactile experience in after school. So fortunately, Monterey County Office of Education's program is able to offer at both Echo Valley and at Prunedale after-school program. It'll be for the school year. They provide staffing, they provide all of the materials and supplies, and they'll be at both sites during our after-school programs as well. I'm not sure if Mr. Guy also wanted to say something about the program.
Good evening, if it's still evening, I feel like. it's
Yes,
night.
it is.
So, good evening, board members, Superintendent Turkey, Cabinet. I'm Jacob Gow, Principal of Echo Valley Elementary. I like to say the Echo Valley Elementary. I could say that this program last year was a direct result of teacher, staff, and parent feedback, LCAP feedback. So one of the main things that was relayed to us is that we wanted a STEAM club at Echo Valley. We were able to partner with NMCUSD as a pilot program, and our family, staff, students loved it. So I ask that you consider this request as we want to continue to provide this wonderful program for our families and kids. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any questions? Are you done, Carol? Send it. Okay. Are any questions, concerns, statements, comments from the public? I think it's getting very scarce. Is there anyone still on Zoom? No? Okay. How about board members? Anybody want to say anything about this great program?
Okay, thank you for all your hard work. The time being on the board, I really got a chance to learn about the expanded learning program. Thank you for the swag. I look forward to wearing that. You are very special to the district. The program that you're doing is just amazing to see. You're behind the scenes, and like I said, I didn't see it as a teacher, but being on the board, I'm like, wow, I mean, the amount of stuff that you provide our students before and after school is commendable. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Angela, for saying that. I
And
think
to your team as well.
Yes.
I think they're doing
A great
amazing,
team.
amazing work. So please thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
we're excited. So thank you so much for everything. Thank you. All right, I think we are done.
I move to approve the MOU.
We need a
between
motion?
North
Okay,
Monterey
let's do a
County and
motion. I motion to approve this. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, so is there all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. I'm just getting tired, guys. I'm sorry. Board requests, any board requests? Okay, seeing that there's none, meeting adjourned at 9:50. We've only been here for 8 hours. Those have been a little bit.
Tomorrow, 9. Nice.
Anybody going tomorrow to the?
So,
Are you going tomorrow? Yeah.
Are you going tomorrow?
no, I was just saying, Echo Valley tomorrow. Are you coming to Echo Valley tomorrow?
Oh,